The Power Trip is a proud member of the KAIJU Ramen Podcast Network. You can find more phenomenal kaiju and tokusatsu content at kaijuramenmedia.com.
What's up, everyone? It is JDF, the Green Ranger, and you are listening to The Power Trip. It's morphin' time. Lisa!
Taisaku Sentai Pod Ranger.
Hello, listeners with attitude. I'm Michael.
And I'm Nathan.
And we're taking a U-turn into the Super Sentai franchise.
In today's episode, we're discussing Kyōryū Sentai Zyuranger.
Nathan, I've actually been looking forward to this for a while.
Oh,
I have actually, because we just spent all of 2022 venturing or journeying or powering our way,
Powering up?
No, powering our way through the Power Rangers franchise. You know. Come on. You know.
Yes.
Anyway, so we spent the entire year of 2022 watching Power Rangers and discussing Power Rangers. So we thought, wouldn't it just be appropriate to go back and explore what the material that Power Rangers was made from?
Right. Now, it took a little bit of persuasion from me and Ninja Man, but...
Well, it's Ninja Man is very convincing.
And the listeners, and just lots of people.
What the listeners with attitude didn't see, because it was an audio trailer, but was Ninja Man had his samurai sword to my throat the whole time, and so that made it very.
Come on! How dare you impugn the character of Ninja Man?
Oh, I mean. I will impugn the character.
He bonked you on the head, but that was about it.
That's abuse. It's abuse. It's assault is what it is. He assaulted. I was assaulted by Ninja Man to do this. And he threatened to assault me even more if I didn't go on this journey with you. Come on. That's
he just knows what the people want. Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Anyway, yeah, hello listeners with attitude. We're doing Sentai. This is our first Sentai discussion for this part of the podcast. And if you don't know by now, we're dividing this podcast up between comic books by Boom Studios and mostly Boom that focuses on Rangers, and then we're doing Sentai because we wanted to discuss Sentai, and it was a lot of fun.
And we needed to tide ourselves over until all the 30th anniversary stuff.
Which sidebar, I know we don't necessarily do news on this show, but there has been a lot of 30th anniversary leaks and things coming out the last couple of weeks for merchandise. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So that's going to be fun. Hasbro's pretty much going to own my mortgage payment and for the rest of the year. I'm sorry.
I think they're just going to auto debit your directly from your wallet.
Yes,
so they don't have to own it.
Yeah. So I've got it on auto pay to Hasbro every time something new comes out this year that has to do something with the 30th anniversary. Because that crap's gonna sell like hotcakes because it's got the fancy little 30th anniversary logo on it and all that stuff.
But your wallet is now slave to Hasbro. I hope you're happy.
Well, but honestly, they didn't have to twist. They're not twisting my arm too hard. At least they don't have to twist my arm too hard, to be honest with you.
Of course.
But
like
Man. Unlike Ninja Man, who threatened me with death and decapitation.
Now listen here, young man. I can't do it.
You will not disparage the good name of the Ninja Man. I cannot do it nearly as well as our friend Danny, but
No.
you know. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, so Nathan, we're talking about Super Sentai. We're talking about Zyuranger, the one that it's not the one that started it all. That would be Go Ranger.
Go Ranger.
But yeah, Go Ranger. But we're talking about the one that started it all for Power Rangers.
Mm-hmm. Which is, it's going to be a little different. That's to put it politely. Not politely, but lightly. And I'm curious to see, this is going to be a bit of an experiment for us today. We're going to see how well our format fits into Sentai.
Yeah, we're going to see that.
So
and you're
bear with us.
The listeners with attitude, there might be a little bumps. There might be some bumps, but the listeners with attitude will also notice a few changes. Some of the, specifically when we get to the award section, some of the awards will change a little bit to fit more of the Sentai. Also, we're adding a new section to the show. We're adding a new segment to the show, I should say, called Who Did It Better? Where we're going to dig into comparing and contrasting a Sentai season with its Power Rangers counterpart, and we're going to try to determine who we think did it better.
Right. But first, we got to get the epic plot synopsis out of the way, right?
Right. So, and we have custom music for this, guys. We contacted our good friend JP, and he made us some fancy new epic rock music. So right now, Nathan, if you're ready, let's cue the epic rock music.
The witch Bandora and her gang of monstrous minions have awakened from 170 years sleep and now intend to wipe out humanity and conquer Earth, of course. The sage Barza revives 5 warriors to fight her, and now with the help of the 5 guardian beasts, they doggedly protect Earth from one Dora monster after another. But the cruel and often petty Bandora is not so easily defeated and manipulates a 6th Ranger, the Red Ranger's brother, and even her own son to kill our heroes.
So, Nathan, I'm actually going to let you start because how did you feel about watching Zyuranger for the first time? You started Zyuranger months, almost a year ago at this point and then you had to stop to focus on Power Rangers, but we have just rewatched through Zyuranger for this season of the podcast. How are you feeling?
That's a very interesting question when it comes to this. I see why people... Well, let me start off by saying I understand now more fully why there are camps within the Tokusatsu fandom that will argue whether Super Sentai or Power Rangers as wholes are better than the other. And there are some very adamant Super Sentai fans out there who shall remain nameless, who refer to Power Rangers as a bastardization of Super Sentai. I think that's a little harsh.
It is.
But, and our friend Carl has gone on record as saying that there are a lot of things he really likes more about, say, Zyuranger compared to Mighty Morphin. But he also says Zyuranger is also pretty insane on in its own right. So there are definitely some differences in sensibilities and tropes and things like that. And I was a little prepared for that, but then there were some that I wasn't entirely prepared for that. If I had started watching Zyuranger a few years ago, I don't know if I would have been as prepared for it. But this time around, I think I was able to take it in more easily, I would say.
I don't think that
I don't want to give too much away about the rest of the discussion right now.
Right, but I don't think that I would have been able to fully enjoy Zyuranger as much as I have enjoyed it a few years ago.
I mean, you were once the guy who said, I don't need every Super Sentai. I love Power Rangers.
I was a Power Rangers only fan there for a while. I know what I did there. And I regret nothing. I regret nothing.
Sure.
But I
Rule
did actually
34.
I I did not actually start when I went down the journey for Sentai. I did not actually start with Zyuranger. I started with Ginga Man because
Because you were angry at me, actually.
yeah, there we'll get to. Well, I want to save that for I want to save that
When we get
story
to
and that
Ginga Man.
when we get to Ginga Man. But yeah, I wanted to watch Super Sentai, but I didn't want to start with Zyuranger, and I did want to start with Zyuranger. I did not want to start with Zyuranger for a. I guess you would probably see this as a very silly reason, but I didn't want it to. I did not want Mighty Morphin Power Rangers to be ruined for me by watching Zyuranger. Does that make sense?
Was it because
Um,
you were afraid it would be so much better that you couldn't watch Mighty Morphin again?
a little bit of both. I was afraid that it was. I was afraid that I was gonna like Zyuranger more than Mighty Morphin because I love Mighty Morphin. Like I'm one of those guys that I collect only Mighty Morphin stuff. Yada yada yada. You can call me basic if you want to. That's fine.
Basic.
But I didn't want Mighty Morphin ruined for me by watching Zyuranger. And but I also didn't want to watch Zyuranger thinking, I know there's some differences, and I didn't want to be disappointed with Zyuranger either. And I
Mhm.
didn't want I didn't want to look at Mighty Morphin in a different light because I watched Zyuranger. If that all makes sense. I'm sure it
Right.
does to some people.
Right. I
But
mean, I will say with some of these characters, especially in the Ranger footage, it did take me a while to shift gears in my brain to say these are not, Jason and Tommy and Kim and all the rest of them. The hardest one was the Yellow Ranger, but we'll talk about that later.
yeah, we'll get there.
It
We'll
was
get
the
there.
weirdest one actually for me to
we'll,
try to
we'll, we'll,
shift
we'll
my
get
brain.
there. We'll get there. But yeah, I see the differences, and I'm going to try, at least I think, hopefully I'm going to try and be successful at it, to make the argument that neither Zyuranger or Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is better than the other. They're just different.
Although, and the interesting thing is, Zyuranger is really different from Mighty Morphin, and yet it isn't. If that
And
makes
yet,
sense, which
no,
we'll
it,
unpack as we go. But I thought
yeah,
that was actually kind of
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it's different but not.
Mm-hmm.
It's different but not. Like a lot more stuff makes in a weird way. A lot more of the stuff from Mighty Morphin makes a whole hell of a lot more sense in Zyuranger. And
Mm-hmm.
some of you are saying, "Oh, it's because it's the full thing. It's not been just chopped up and used for Power Rangers." That's not necessarily what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the very Western influence in Zyuranger that made it I would say easy. I would say fairly easy for Saban to use its footage for Power Rangers.
Right. Right. Which again, we'll unpack a little bit more as we go. But there is a surprise. That was probably my biggest surprise watching this. I was not expecting to see such a strong Western influence in this, if
Mhm.
that makes sense. For example, the monsters of the week, almost all of them are derived from foreign literature or mythology,
Mhm.
which I didn't expect,
And
and I'm
not all
surprised
Western,
most
and
of
it's not
that
all
didn't carry over
Western,
to Power Rangers.
and it's not all Western mythology either. It's a lot of
I said
different
foreign.
cultures. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'm just making a distinction. Like sometimes when you like, it's not all, because a lot of the monsters of the week and a lot of the motifs in Zyuranger are very Western, are based on
Right.
very Western
Right. Well,
mythology,
I
are
mean
based on Western mythology.
right. I mean the if you watch the opening, it starts with a storybook. So
Mhm.
it's setting its
It's a
tone to
fairy
say like
tale.
this is a fairy tale, but it's a very
Yeah.
Western style fairy tale.
Mhm.
Once you
Mhm.
start getting into the world building and everything later on in the season, it is incredibly Western.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For
Very
sure. For
European,
sure.
I should say specifically.
It's very like, in a weird way, it's like knights in shining armor European stuff. Like it's very wet. It's very fanciful. fantastic. I don't know. I don't know what
Fanciful
I'll-
works.
Fanciful works. Yeah, it's very fantasy based.
Right. Which, as we'll discuss here in a moment, is actually something of a first for Super Sentai here. So, just a few initial things that that I'll share here. Some of this is stuff I wish I had actually shared when we talked about Mighty Morphin Season 1, but we were still developing our format back then. But the translation of the title is Dinosaur Squadron Beast Ranger, but the international title that Toei uses for this show, is Galaxy Rangers, which I think was a working title for Power Rangers for a while with Saban, if I remember correctly.
It was, and I don't understand the Galaxy Rangers part of it though.
I don't either. This was the 16th Super Sentai series, because it started in the late 70s.
So Super Sentai was well established at this point.
Very well established. This is the first, and this is as we already said, this is the first Sentai series to be adapted into Power Rangers. The 5 core Ranger suits were used for all 3 seasons of Mighty Morphin, and the Dragon Ranger suit was used for the Green Ranger for season 1 and a little bit of season 2.
Yeah.
So, which is why I should say these costumes are icons outside of Japan, but in Japan they're just another team.
Yes. Which we tried to point out in our Megaforce discussion. I believe we brought that up in our Megaforce discussion.
Right. But I mean, and I don't blame them. These costumes are great, so I can see why Saban wanted to maintain some continuity and keep that design motif and that icon, that brand, as much as they could. But let's be honest, as Mighty Morphin went on, they really were stretching it pretty thin.
Oh yeah. Once you get about I don't know, like halfway through season 3, it's starting to get a little worn out.
Yeah, it's
Or
like, guys, you're trying. It's getting to the point where it's just you're trying too hard. Okay.
Well, it's probably worn out's not the word I'm looking for.
It's strained.
It's beginning to look a little out of place.
Right. Strained. So, according to the Ranger Wiki, Zyuranger is actually a landmark for Super Sentai in a lot of ways. So, which is why the more I thought about it, like, it's almost providential that Saban waited another year to go with this as opposed to Jetman, because they were getting in on the ground floor on a lot of stuff with Super Sentai that they did for the first time here that then became staples of Power Rangers right from the get-go. So,
for sure.
The most important one being, this is the first Sentai series to have a 6th Ranger.
Yeah.
First time they did this trip. Before that, they had 5, and they never added another character, from what I understand. This is also the first one to have a prehistoric animal motif, which gets repeated several more times. And it's the first series to have a 7-piece animal mecha combination. So an Ultra Zord, so as we would call them. And it's the first to utilize fantasy elements over science fiction. The previous Sentais were more science fiction based.
Right.
So a lot of stuff right out of the gate Power Rangers is getting in on.
Right. So I think providential is the word that I think you used it just now, but I think providential is the best word that I think I would use.
Right. Well,
because
and it was also
there was just a lot going for Zyuranger that made Saban's job a little easier.
It also made business sense with the with the recent release of, and I don't know, well, I don't know if they saw this coming or if it was just a stroke of luck, but the release of Jurassic Park in 1993, which exploded the popularity of dinosaurs again.
Well, dinosaurs have always, we talked about
They
this in the
have,
Mighty
but it
Morphin
was
episode,
really at the forefront of pop culture
Mhm.
consciousness at the time
Right.
because of Jurassic Park,
right.
especially with kids.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of forces that came together to make this happen. It's like that meme that people have where they show pictures of all the different Zords coming together, and it says it says a different thing each time, and then it's just like, and then the Megazord is a thing altogether. Like we saw the one that was like lots of sleepless nights of studying, lots of student blah 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 blah. McDonald's employee. It's really cynical, but it was pretty funny. Someone shared that in our group.
It is really funny. It is really funny.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. This team lineup actually the team composition would have actually been different early on in production for this show. We could have had a really different take on this show, and by extension, Power Rangers likely. But it was going to be called Kyōryū Sentai Sorta. So, like dinosaur. Like dinosaur or Dinosaurusmon. So Sortusmon, and they were going to have 3 boys and 2 girls, which is what we got in Power Rangers, and the colors were going to be a little bit different. There was going to be a
red Tyranno, black Brachio,
which is funny because that's what we got in Dino Thunder.
green Tricera. Green Tricera, which I don't think we ever had a green Triceratops Ranger? I don't think so. Yellow Stego. We've had a Stego Ranger before, but they've not been yellow.
That would have been a girl.
It would have been a girl, and the blue Petra, which also would have been female. Blue Terra. Sorry, Pterosaur, which would have also been female.
Mm-hmm. So no pink.
And
the Blue Ranger would have been a girl.
Yeah. Which we've seen girl Blue Rangers later on with Seer. I think Ninja Storm was the first one to bring in the first one to have a blue female Ranger. But it's just so weird to think about this now, like how iconic those, now granted, like we talked about, those suits are not iconic in Japan, they are here, but to think about this team now, like that would just be so weird to imagine that.
And their secondary mech was going to be a mammoth.
Oh, so similar to, is it Ninja Steel that had the mammoth carrier Zord? Was that Ninja Steel?
I think so.
Or
no,
that
not Ninja Steel.
Storm?
I think that was Ninja Storm.
Super
Storm, Dino Ninja Fury Force.
It all runs. Yeah, it all started to run together before the end of before it was over.
Now, here's the other thing, because you got the word "Zyu" in the name, which is pronounced like the Japanese word for the number 10. There was a rumor that they were going to have 10 Rangers in this, which they just they did that later with Dino Charge.
Yeah.
And this is the only Sentai series to have all of its Monsters of the Week and Power Rangers. Going forward, they skipped some of them.
Yep. And some of them got skipped for reasons. For reasons, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. Looking at you, Kaku Ranger.
Oh, not just Kaku Ranger,
and
Car Ranger.
Oh, boyser. Anyway, but here's the weird thing. As of 2022, Zyuranger is the last Super Sentai to not have its own movie.
Oh, that's interesting. That's fascinating because So yeah, well, that's right because let's see, Zyuranger. There was Zyuranger because I believe Die Ranger has a movie, and Kaku Ranger. I know Kaku Ranger has a movie, and I think there's also a Kaku Ranger O-Ranger crossover movie. So yeah, that's so weird to think about.
And predictably, this was the first Super Sentai to be released stateside by Shout Factory.
Of course. Shout Factory is doing the Lord's work right now.
Yeah, I just wish their DVD cases wouldn't disintegrate in my hands as soon as they
I
came
just
out of the
wish that
envelope.
I just wish that my Zyuranger, my copy of Zyuranger didn't come, the disc 5 didn't come scuffed up, but that's just me.
Oh man, I felt so sorry for you.
It's fine. I ordered another one. It'll be here in a few days. It's fine. But it's
Shout
still
Factory
kind of,
owns your wallet too.
yeah, it does. Cause I went crazy. I went crazy in 2022 buying up all the Ranger stuff and the Super Sentai stuff. So regardless, that's neither here nor there. Shout Factory is doing the Lord's work. I just wish they were more, I wish they were just slightly more affordable like Mill Creek and Subaraya, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but then there's Discotech.
Oh,
Because
Discotech.
Toei is
Discotech.
greedy when it comes to their favorite son.
Yes, they're greedy. Yes, they're greedy about the Toku hipster of Kamen Rider.
Anyway, theme song. Now, we actually kind of have to tweak this because it needs to be plural now. Theme songs. Because in Super Sentai, as in at least the Japanese TV media that I have partaken of, with that being mostly Toku and anime, they have a theme song, an opening theme song, and a closing theme song, and they're different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For the opening theme song,
it's radically different.
Oh, they're like for like to use Zyuranger, like since we're talking about Zyuranger, they are radically different because in the opening theme song, it's like Zyuranger, Zyuranger.
It's an anthem.
Yeah, it's an anthem. Yeah, it's a and it tells a story, and we like theme songs that tell stories. Like some of the lyrics are Zyuranger, Zyuranger, legendary warriors, Zyuranger, Zyuranger, a hope that runs through time, dinosaur squadron, Zyuranger. So
yeah,
and then it goes on from there. When the golden shining metals connect the hearts together into one, we will wait for a victorious tomorrow as we promise you a never-ending fantasy. Zyuranger, passionate warriors, Zyuranger, surpassing the rainbow. That's a weird line. Zyuranger, dinosaur squadron, Zyuranger, eternal warriors.
Right. And I've got some stats here on that because the opening theme is the same title as the show, and the artist is listed as someone named Kenta Sato.
Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the first thing, if you're going into Super Sentai, because we have listeners who have said, "Oh, I've never watched Super Sentai before, and now I'm going to start watching it because you guys are." I'm like, okay. The power that have fun, Michael.
Have fun.
Yeah. And the first thing that you're going to, and this was an adjustment for me. And it's not just with Super Sentai, it's basically any of these Toku hero shows. For some odd reason, it takes a little while for me to like the theme songs. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Doesn't matter if it's Sentai or Rider or Ultraman. It takes me a little time to adjust to the theme songs. And with Sentai, a lot of their theme songs are, I would describe them as being closer to J-pop. And they have a lot more brass and trumpets in it compared to Power Rangers, where Power Rangers is very much entrenched in metal and rock music. Now, there are some Sentai themes that I think trend toward J-rock, but they generally sit pretty firmly in the J-pop category. And I think I would say that's definitely true with this one.
Oh, yeah. Like if you compare the Zyuranger theme song to the icon that is Go Go Power Rangers, they are night and day.
Right. And like I said, more brass and trumpets, which that actually is a superhero musical tradition, at least in the United States. And I sent you that fun little video that talked about that, about how superheroes are associated with brass because that goes back to military marches because they used brass instruments a lot for those. So, and there's like all these interesting cultural ties that goes with it. And I wonder if that's what Toei is tapping into with this in particular.
Maybe.
So as theme songs go, I do like this one. I wouldn't call it my favorite Sentai
It's
theme,
catchy.
but I do like it a lot. Most of these Sentai themes that we're going to be talking about are pretty catchy.
It's very catchy. Zyuranger, something I can't speak Japanese. Zyuranger. Yeah, it's such a yeah.
Yeah. Go listen to it if you didn't hear it at the you heard a portion of it at the beginning of the episode, but
right.
But yeah.
But I have a question. So does this say Boken Ripia? Oh wait, no, sorry. Oh, this is a Shite song.
Wow, we've barely gotten started and the Dragon Daggers are coming out fierce here.
Oh boy.
We are going to get letters.
We are going to get letters. It is the shtick now. It is the shtick. But in all seriousness, with this, the closing theme is, how do you say this? Boken
Shite Rapapia.
Yeah. It's
which according to this means let's have an adventure.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and the artist is somebody named Pythagoras. That's funny.
Oh, okay.
Like the mathematician.
Like
the Greek
Pythagorean
theorem, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This sounds like a luau. It's island music. The Rangers went to Hawaii. They're doing a bunch of silly things.
Jumbo.
Yeah.
Jumbo. Dun. You know what I was thinking about the whole time? It's like
it does sound like Super Mario, doesn't it?
Anda da si.
Oh, that.
Anda da si. Darling, it's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me. Okay, that's what I was thinking about when.
Oh, okay, actually, I can hear that now.
Yeah.
But I'm not. Apparently, it's a bit of a Japanese tokusatsu tradition, at least at Toei, to do stuff like this, where the ending theme is vastly different, and it just has the characters doing silly things.
Oh, just wait till we get to Car Ranger.
Like, yeah. Oh, the whole thing's silly, but
yeah, the whole thing's silly, but the ending theme is even sillier. Just wait till we get there.
Yeah, but still, although I will say, for what Ultraman resisted this for years. I don't think they ever really did it until the second season of the Netflix anime, and then all the closing credits in that are the characters making a dance music video. Basically, it's just the characters dancing.
Yeah.
So I don't hate this closing theme, but I'm not a huge fan of it because it gave me tonal whiplash several times.
It grew on me after a while. Like my first watch through of Zyuranger, this is my second time watching Zyuranger, and my first time watching through Zyuranger, I was like you, it gave me tonal whiplash, but it grew on me after a while. It did, because it's like the first few episodes I'm skipping it and just going to the next episode. But after about 5 or 10 episodes, I'm just like, I'm just going to let it play because it's a fun little danceable song.
Yeah. I usually let it play so I could take and let it play while I took notes, but
and then it gets stuck in your head.
A little bit.
Now you're not going to be able to unhear it now.
I'm not. Yeah. So opening is definitely better than the closing, I would say, or at least I like. It is. I agree. Better. So
I do. It's either one is catchy, but the opening theme song is pretty darn catchy, if you ask me.
Right. Now we got to talk about our heroes.
Ooh, our Rangers. So our Red Ranger, Jason Lee Scott, played by. Wait, hang on. Nope. Sorry.
Wait a second.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. That is not racist, sir. Come on. That is not. You're just throwing that word around just to make a point. Come on. That is a poor attempt at a joke at best.
That's given some of the jokes that you've made around me, that's funny. It's the best joke you've come up with.
Oh, okay. Anyway, our Tyranno Ranger, which is our Red Ranger, Geki, played by Yuta Makazuki.
I'm guessing that's, or Mochizuki.
Mochi. Is it Mochi? Mochizuki, maybe?
If we're butchering your name, we're sorry.
Yeah, this is we're gonna offend some people with these names.
Possibly, but fun fact about this guy, he's one step away from the Toku Hero hat trick.
Oh
Because-
yeah, that we talked about this because
Yeah.
he's been involved with Godzilla, he's been involved with Super Sentai, he's been involved with Kamen Rider. He just needs Ultraman.
He just needs Ultraman now because he's a Sentai Ranger here. A couple years later, he was a writer in
Mhm.
Kamen Rider J, directed
Mhm.
by Keita Amemiya, who he worked with here
Mhm.
on this show for a couple of
Mhm.
episodes. Now he just needs to get onto Ultraman and be an Ultraman.
Was I
and then he's
wait?
got
Hang on.
all
Was
of
I
them.
hang on. Just as a correction, was I wrong? Was he was involved with the Godzilla franchise? Yes.
I think you might be thinking of Burai. I know he was.
But yeah, I'm thinking. No, sorry. I'm thinking of. You're right. I'm thinking of Barai because he
I
was.
know
he
was
an-
for sure.
He was that unnamed
And
part in that one Godzilla
and the
movie.
stunt actor for the Red Ranger was.
Never mind. So I was wrong about the Godzilla stuff. Okay, so it's
Right.
just
Yeah.
He's just one step away from the.
He's just
from
one step
the-
away.
the
He just needs to
trifecta.
be an Ultraman, and he's got all of them.
Right.
He could be like he could
Exactly.
be the guy who could walk around and say like, yeah, I'm a Ranger, a Rider, and an Ultraman.
Which, from what I understand, Yuta makes frequent trips to the United States for like Ranger Stop and
Power Morphicon.
Power Morphicon when they flip between Sentai and Power Rangers year over year. So he has made frequent stops here in America to do like fan cons and things. So he's he is very active in the fan base.
Right. So the setup in this is really different from Mighty Morphin. These are not high schoolers, teenagers with attitude. They are ancient warriors from very powerful fantasy-based tribes that existed 170 million years ago that were plagued by our villains, and then everybody was basically put into a 170 million year sleep until our villains escaped, and now our 5 princes and a princess, and eventually a sixth ranger who's also a prince, are revived to fight them, which actually would account for the fact that they can just use all of the stuff like the mecha and the weapons without having to train, unlike in Power Rangers where it's just
that's a very Japanese thing though. Like,
where they just kind of
it's a
hand
very
wave it
Japanese-
away, but
Yeah. That's a very Japanese thing, though, that you're just kind of thrown right in the middle of the action, or our heroes already know what the hell's going on.
Right. And then in the next episode, they explain
everything
for you.
Yeah.
But they throw you into the deep end right at the start. So Geki is our team leader.
Mhm.
He
is the
he
warrior.
does fit
He's the warrior of he classifies, because there's an episode where they have to say like what they're the warrior of, or what they're
he's the warrior of justice.
The warrior of justice. Yeah. So he has a very just personality. He's got he's not completely stoic all the time, but he does have a more stoic personality than some of our other Rangers.
Some of the other Rangers, but he's very stalwart. He's very sure of himself. I'll say that.
Very much.
He has a very strong sense of justice, and you can tell he really does ooze type A leader personality.
He does.
I mean, given the fact that he's part of the Yamato tribe, it's not a loaded word, but that's a big time name over in Japan, because that is what the Japanese people who are not the natives, like the Ainu and things like that, those are considered to be, native Japanese or the indigenous people of Japan. But but it's used to describe the Japanese people in general, the Yamato people.
The Yamato am I thinking of the right movie, the Yamato Tokaru?
Yamato Takeru?
Yamato Takeru. Yeah.
It's because it was also the name of it's also used to describe samurai and samurai like I think there was a powerful samurai family with that name as well. So, and Yamato Takeru is the legendary emperor of Japan.
Mhm.
So, who slew the Orochi, the 8-headed dragon, and things like that. Oh no, that wasn't him. Well, in the movie it was. There was a movie.
In the movie,
if you
yeah, I
watch
was
the
gonna say in the
theater,
movie
where
it
he
was.
slew the dragon. In the myth, it wasn't him. It was Susanoo, the thunder god. But regardless, it's an important name over in Japan. But all of that to say, I like Geki. I will say this. I wish the show had leaned a little bit more into the kind of fish out of water setup that I thought they were giving us, where they don't know how they should know how the modern world works. They should be confused by it. They dress in old timey ways. Although I love Geki's coat. I want that coat.
they should not be as well assimilated as they are
Right.
into modern life.
Right. Which I think that was a missed opportunity there. But regardless, as I was saying, I like Geki. I like Geki a lot. He's a little bit standard, I would say, but that I wouldn't count that against him, because I like these kinds of characters, the ones who have such a very strong sense of justice, but he gets tested pretty hard.
Yeah, he does.
Throughout this whole thing, especially when his brother shows up.
Yeah.
That's where it really gets tough.
Oh yeah. Like from that point forward, it gets really like he earns the role as leader at that point.
Right. He really does. So, I mean, I'm not sure what else to say about Geki.
I mean, he's one thing I will notice, and maybe you're not, maybe you saw this too, or maybe I'm just kind of reading tea leaves. I don't know. But these Rangers they have personalities. They have very distinct personalities from one another. But it's not like Power Rangers, where each teammate has their own like Carter is a completely different person than Joel. They're a little bit more homogenous. These
a little
teams.
bit, but that's I think that's one of those cultural differences. Because
like it's one
Japanese
piece.
culture is more communal by nature.
Yeah, Geki is just one piece of a whole. Whereas in Power Rangers, it felt like it was a bunch of individuals coming together to form a team, but this is like one piece. But in Sentai, it just feels like it's one piece of a joined whole.
Right. Now, I will say Geki had most of the good lines that I was writing down.
Yeah.
Going through it, and he gets some big time hero moments throughout the whole thing. Whether he's speechifying, he likes to speechify.
He does.
He's like Captain Kirk, like that. He keeps going. He's either beating people up or speechifying. So so he gets a lot of the best hero moments, like I said, throughout the whole thing. And I think his story focused episodes are some of the best of the whole show. But again, that's because they involve his brother, because once his brother shows up, things get a little complicated.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we move on to our next Ranger?
We shall. Our Mammoth Ranger, our Black Ranger.
Yep. Goshi? Although I think sometimes I swear when they said his name, that just sounded like they said Gosh.
Gosh. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I was hearing, but it's spelled like Goshi.
Yeah, and I did hear Goshi a couple of times.
Right.
Played by Seiju Uman. I hope I said that correctly.
Close enough.
Okay.
It's better than I would have done.
I can see similarities between Geki and Jason. Goshi is completely different from Zack. This is where the archetypes start to branch off from each other from Sentai and Power Rangers. Black Rangers, for what I understand in Sentai, tend to be the more stoic team members.
They
a little
tend
bit more
to be
mysterious, and
they actually tend to be a lot more like Devin in RPM. Not Devin.
Dylan.
Not Devin. Dylan in RPM, not Devin.
There is a Devin, but that was a different one.
Right.
Or was that no? Was it? Yeah, no. Was it? No, Devin, I think was an RPM, but he was the Red Ranger.
Devin was Beast Morphers.
Oh, Beast Morphers,
Dylan
that's
was
right,
RPM.
Right.
Yeah.
There's different Red Ranger. But anyway, so Goshi, like I said, very stoic. He is not the life of the party.
No.
But I think he's basically the second in command here because
I feel like he's the group's dad.
Kinda, but he's also the one guy who will actually talk back to Geki or encourage Geki. The rest of them don't do that quite as much. So it's almost like, so basically, Goshi is, I don't want to say the best friend necessarily, but he's definitely the EXO in this one. He's the Riker to Geki's Picard.
Right.
He's the one who's actually going to say, Geki, I don't know if this is a good idea, or Geki, what's going on? He's the one who's in the position who can do that.
What's going on? Okay.
Now, he doesn't get as many focus episodes, I feel like, compared to the rest of them. So Goshi ends up being a little bit more mysterious to me by comparison to the rest of the characters. The rest of the characters, I feel like they get more moments to shine, but I think given his personality, I think that was what they were going for. He's very much a support character.
Right.
A vital one, too, I might add. So, unlike Zach, he fills a much different role by comparison.
Yeah, I think that we're not going to be able to talk about the archetypes through Sentai because
not as much. They're a little different.
Yeah.
They're a little different in Sentai. Got anything else on Goshi?
No, I like the character, but it's the same issue. It's the same observation I had with Geki. It's just Goshi. I'm just going to go with Gosh because that was the first time I ever heard it. It sounded like Gosh. He's just one part of a community. Yeah.
Yeah. The one focus episode of his that stands out the most to me is the one that involved the little girl that he.
Are you talking about the one that got made into like Happy Birthday, Zach?
No, that was later.
Although okay, never mind.
It should be noted that almost every single freaking episode of this show has a Sentai Kenny. Yes, we're not the Kennys aren't going anywhere, people.
It's because and we'll get there when we get to the villains, but Bandora hates children. Yeah, and that's her whole thing. She hates children.
That's one of her shticks, but no, it's later on where I'm trying to remember exactly what happened, but he was trying to help out a little girl. He kind of became a bit of a surrogate big brother for her. And ended up having to. It was the one who she was a swordswoman. So she was, that wasn't a little girl. The little girl I think might have been the one that became Happy Birthday Zach. This was the older girl who was I think a teenager or maybe like 18 or something like that. She was a
I know what
swordswoman and had a school and everything. And she's like, I can take you, and he's like, well, okay, helped her out a little bit because the monster of the week was getting involved with things like there, and it was a Bandora wants to be petty episode.
Right.
So spoiler warning, in some ways Bandora's not all that different from Rita.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
But in fact, well, I would argue that even that Bandora's even more petty than Rita.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
So anyway, next up we have the Tricera Ranger, who's blue. His name is Dan. Played by nobody has surnames in this show, by the way. Dan, played by Hideki Fujiwara.
Yeah.
Dan is closer, I think, in personality to Zach than say Billy. He's Billy's Sentai counterpart.
Right, but he's a little bit more of the life of the party. He's a little bit more lighthearted. He just
excuse me.
A little.
Oh, excuse me. No, I'm thinking of Boy. I think.
Which one is the one that's really? No, that's Boy. The Boy is the one that's kind of irresponsible.
Yeah, he's the irresponsible one.
Yeah. So Dan is. I really don't know what Dan's personality. I was struggling to figure out what Dan's personality type really was.
Let me see. I'm looking at his. Yeah, it says he's undisciplined and acts like he's younger than Boy. Because so Boy's the youngest. The Yellow Ranger is the youngest. So, but although it does say he does like modern technology and he wants to buy a computer, but that's like a throwaway line in one episode. So I guess it's
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
not indicative of
implying he's a nerd, but not really.
that's not indicative of his personality type though. That's just him being fascinated with technology because
Right.
they've been thrown into this time period that's different than their own.
Right. And he's the warrior of courage.
Mhm.
We should mention that.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's undisciplined, but apparently, his specialty is that he is brave. And just to be fair, I'll look up Goshi, assuming that the Ranger Wiki will stop throwing pop-ups at me. Goshi is the warrior of wisdom, which actually makes sense given that, like I said, he's the second in command and he's the one who advises Geki. Because I do think Geki needs to be tempered. So Dan,
He acts younger.
considering that we keep mixing them up, it's like Merry and Pippin in Lord of the Rings, you know?
It is almost.
They are because they hang out a lot. Him and Boy
they do hang
out
out a lot. They do hang out a lot together, though. So it is implied that they are sort of that best friend archetype. They are I feel like all of these Rangers are friends, but they're not but some of them are closer to each other than others. Like Geki's very kind of just standoffish because he's the leader. He's stoic. Goshi he stays close to Geki, but he also sort of separates himself to be that right hand man, second in command archetype. Dan and Boy, you know, they're younger, they're kind of more joyful, and we can get to Boy here in a second. I like Dan the man. Dan is the man.
Dan the man.
Dan the man.
Yeah. And he I'm just trying to look up some of the highlights here on the Ranger Wiki about him. He's very much a support character. Again, kind of that piece of the whole sort of a thing. He does some stuff with some of the kids that show up, things like that. He's one of the ones that has more interactions with the Sentai Kennies. There is that funny episode that actually, weirdly enough, gets adapted pretty closely in Power Rangers, where him and May, the Pink Ranger, get turned into punks.
Yes.
That was surprisingly close in Power Rangers.
Well, there's a lot of these episodes. There's a lot of these episodes though that are surprisingly close to Power Rangers, like Happy Birthday Zach. That I don't remember the name of the episode in Zyuranger, but those two episodes mirror one another fairly closely, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Right. So his lack of discipline does get him in trouble with the rest of the team sometimes, but that's pretty common. This kind of archetype is pretty common, I should say, in Japanese media. I've watched enough anime to know that they usually have one team member who's either lazy or undisciplined, and it drives everybody else crazy.
Right.
Because laziness is, yours I could tell, I think is frowned upon even more in Japanese culture than it is, say, here in America.
So I'm just going to start calling you Boy.
No, Dan. That is Dan who's undisciplined.
But
you're getting the mixed up!
I'm going to start calling you Dan. Is that what it is?
Yeah, because that totally makes sense, especially when we're friends with a Dan.
Dan the man, the dandy man, the dandy man. I know he's listening.
Yeah, Pollyanny Danny.
Pollyanny Danny.
And you're a terrible influence on him.
I am not. Dan is a grown ass man. He can
Yeah, and he's a lot less rude when you're not around. Anyway.
Regardless.
Boy.
Let's talk about Boy.
The Tiger Ranger, played by Takumi Hashimoto. Mm-hmm. He's the baby in the group.
He's the wee little baby. He's the youngest.
He's the young guy. Yeah. He's only, according to this, he is canonically 15.
Oh, interesting. I mean, okay.
So he's very, very young, and he is the Warrior of Hope.
Mhm.
I am getting Captain Planet flashbacks, especially in that episode when they're revealing all these things. They're like, yes, and by your powers combined, I am Daijuzen. I was waiting
I
for that.
am the ultimate Daijuzen.
Yeah. This is the character that I don't think I fully adjusted my brain for when they morphed.
How come?
Because even though it's very obvious, even in the footage that they use for Power Rangers, that is a man in that suit, I still couldn't get over. I still couldn't switch in my brain that like in this is Zyuranger, that is actually a guy. I kept wanting to think it was Trini. It was so weird for me.
It is a really hard adjustment to make. Even for me, it was. Because the yellow tiger the yellow saber tooth is so closely associated with Tui Trang that it really is hard for me to make that mental switch. So I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah. So he, in a lot of ways, is the opposite of Dan, where Dan is immature for his age. He's
And
really
stoic,
mature
yeah.
for his age, which I guess makes sense why they would kind of bounce off of each other a little bit. Again, so it's a little bit of a reversal of the archetype. And it says here that he's the most agile, which is definitely true. I mean, he had a whole episode where apparently there's a ninja school that Power Rangers totally ripped off later.
Right.
And he becomes a ninja or helps a ninja girl out. I love it. It's like it's supposed to be a school for ninjas, and they have one student. It's an old man and one student. Okay, guys. So, but he's supposed to have the best stealth abilities out of all of them, which is funny because he has the loudest costume.
but his thing is he can climb trees and climb things like with great agility, you know.
Yep. And he's also supposed to be a bad cook. And he eats a lot. That's a thing too.
Yes. Well,
that's
him
and Japanese media loves gluttons who can't gain an ounce.
which is really funny that him and May, we'll get to May in a minute. Him and May went and got a job at a ramen restaurant.
Yeah, they were the two that really wanted to get a job. They wanted to get jobs in the modern world, and everybody else was either indifferent, or if you're Geki, you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna hang out in the temple here.
Right.
I don't need no stinking job. Which it's still just weird. It's like these are supposed to be royalty, and they're just like, oh, let's go hang out with the plebes. We'll get a job with the peasants.
I did not necessarily take that as a bad thing, because Dan.
No, I didn't say it was bad. It's just weird.
Well, Dan is younger, so he's obviously more curious, and so he's been. I'm getting them mixed up. Damn it!
It's Barry and Pippin. It's like Barry and Pippin.
Boy is the youngest, and so he's very inquisitive. He's very curious, and so he's got that very youthful. He's got a very just youthful energy about him, and he wants to learn as much as he can about this world that they've been thrown into. Whereas Geki and Goshi, they just want to pursue the mission of defeating Bandora. They really could care less about assimilating. But
right.
But May and Boy and even Dan to some extent really just want to learn about this world that they've been thrown into, because they find it fascinating.
Right. It's also unintentionally funny for English speakers that the Yellow Ranger in the Sentai, who is male, unlike in Power Rangers, is named Boy. That joke's not original to me, by the way. That goes to Carl and his co-host on the Patreon shows where they talk about Super Sentai.
That's fine. It's still funny.
Any more on Boy?
No, we can move on to May.
to May, our Pink Ranger, our
we move on to
token
May
girl.
May we move on
The
to May?
Terra Ranger.
The Terra Ranger. Yeah. May. She's very sweet.
Yeah, played by Reiko Chiba, and apparently she just celebrated a birthday this month.
If any of these kind of fits the typical archetypes that we've talked about in the past, she is.
She is. And by the way, speaking of that of the birthday, if the picture I saw people sharing on Facebook for her birthday, if that is a recent picture,
she's aged incredibly well.
I was gonna say time has been kind to her. She barely
looks
she barely looks any older than she does at the show.
Right. Yeah. So which makes me wonder, like, how old was she when she did this show? Because this was back in the mid-90s. Like, good Lord.
Yeah, it's the early 90s. Oh my gosh, her picture on the Ranger Wiki, she is gorgeous.
She's a very lovely woman. She looks like a very lovely woman. Yes.
1975 it was when she was born, so that means she was 17 in this show.
Wow.
Did the math. 17. Wow. Very young. Very young.
This had to have been one of her first major roles.
I don't know if it was or not. I do, as far as I know, this set, the Shout Factory set for this is the only one that has any special features, because there was a panel that several of the cast members did at Power Morphicon, and I think Mr. Mochizuka mentioned that when he was doing the show, most of the actors who were in the cast were young and untested, whereas when he did guest appearances as Geki in some later Sentai, he said that what was the first thing he noticed that was different is the actors were more experienced. Like, they weren't using Sentai to break into acting. They had already broken in.
Right.
So there's that. So let me see. So May, okay, who is the Warrior of Love? Of course.
Of course.
She is canonically 18. The character.
Oh. Okay.
Now, Miss Chiba, is 17, but regardless, she is very much the Pink Ranger archetype. And honestly, in terms of personality, I don't think she's all that much different from Kim, which is kind of interesting.
She's really not.
Yeah. Now, like, Dan really is a little bit like Billy. Boy's actually, his personality actually isn't too different from Trini, but
I would argue that Boy's personality is a lot more like Zach than Trini. Whereas and then Goshi
I think Dan's closer to a Zach.
Are you really? Like, because I feel like Boy is closer to Zach. Goshi is very much closer to Trini's personality.
Okay. Regardless,
and
May is very much Kim. I mean, like, the Barza even says in the first episode when he's waking everybody up, reviving everybody, he actually tells May, now is not the time to put on makeup. And I'm like, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But she has some very amusing, focus episodes. Her personality, she will not take flack from anybody. I will say, like, sometimes she has some pretty potent things to say about men. not in a misandristic way, but she
not in like a man eater kind of way.
Yeah, right? But she does mention a few things that kind of annoy her. And honestly, I think she probably had one of the funniest episodes of the whole show. Because that's the thing. With this show, it's either really dark at points when it's doing kind of its mainline episodes, and then when it does the one-off, if you want to call it filler episodes, they tend to be funnier. And she had one of the funniest ones where for this whole episode, she just had this goofy rivalry with Lamy. I think the episode was even titled something like the 7 metamorphoses of May or something like that, where she's just constantly changing into different disguises.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember the title of the episode, but I know what you're
But
talking
it's
about.
something like that. But it was incredibly funny because it's like they just wanted an excuse to get Miss Chiba to wear different costumes the whole time, just because it was funny.
Mm.
She's
I don't have anything else.
definitely she's definitely the
The
I don't want to
heart.
say the motherly
No,
the motherly
she's not the
influence. She's
mother.
definitely
No,
she's definitely the feminine influence in this. She's very
she is.
compassionate.
I feel like she's the little sister.
She is the little sister, and she's also, I think she's usually the one out of all of them that spends the most time interacting with the Sentai Kennies naturally.
Mm.
So she becomes the big sister to them, and she's kind of the little
Mhm.
sister to most of the rest of the other Rangers.
Mhm.
And I enjoyed seeing her throughout the whole show. Not sure what
Mhm.
else to say about her. I'm sure we'll get into some more details as we go. I think she's
Right.
the one that they had to reveal later. She was more important than we initially thought, if I remember correctly. Because I think they reveal that. I think it's like a big deal that they reveal later that she was a princess of another tribe, one of the other tribes.
I think so.
They made
Was that around?
Lithia. Yeah, the Lithia
Yeah.
tribe.
Yeah, was that like she was adopted by she was a part of another tribe, but then she was adopted by the Yamada tribe later. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Let me see. It's not bringing any of that up, but I think that was.
I
the
think we're
case.
close. I think
Yeah,
we're
we're
close.
pretty
If anyone
close.
out, so I'll just throw this out there just to help ourselves out. If anyone out there knows that we just got that wrong, let us know. Write us and we'll be glad to correct it later.
Please do. All right. And now we get to the first Super Sentai 6th Ranger, the Dragon Ranger, who's green.
The Dragon Ranger.
Dragon Ranger. Burai, played by Shiru Izumi.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is Tommy's counterpart.
This is Tom. Yes.
And
this can.
I think he starts off really different from Tommy, but then later on isn't all that different from Tommy.
In a way. Yeah, in a way.
Yeah, Burai has a bit of a complicated backstory. So he is, like we said, he's Geki's brother, which is the first major difference between him and Tommy. Because obviously Tommy and Jason are not brothers. So he's Geki's older brother too, it should be mentioned, which is a big deal because if I remember correctly, I'm trying to make sure I've got all of the details correct here. So the eldest son of the Yamato tribe's Black Knight, when the king and queen of the tribe could not sire a son, they intended to adopt Burai's younger brother, Geki, against the will of his father. Fighting for his son, the Black Knight fell in combat, and Geki was named Prince of the Yamato tribe. So, making sure I get this right. So, Geki was adopted. Wait. Intended to adopt Burai's younger brother, Geki, against the will of the father. But basically, Geki's father killed Burai's father. So, he has this huge vendetta against his brother for that, and because Geki was named the Yamato tribe's prince instead of him.
Right.
So he's got a massive chip on his shoulder, which is the first thing that is very different because when he shows up, like in Mighty Morphin, it's a multi-episode story when he shows up, and he just mops the floor with all of the Zyurangers.
Right.
Just like Tommy did. The major difference here is that Bandora did not cast a spell on Burai to make him do all of this like Rita does with Tommy. She just wakes him up and points him in the right direction and occasionally manipulates him. So Barai's doing all of this on his own,
Voluntarily.
voluntarily, and
He's voluntary. Yeah.
he has aspirations of world conquest even for a while,
For a
but
little bit, yeah.
but he has no loyalty to Bandora. It's just an alliance of convenience, really.
Pretty much, because their motivations just happen to overlap.
Right. So, like I said, she just helps him out, points him in the right direction, makes him grow huge one time because
Why not?
because why not? And all of that. And that actually adds a lot of drama that isn't in Green with Evil by comparison. Because of that. And there are even some points where there are some fights that, because some of it is unmorphed between Geki and Barai, that they don't use in Power Rangers.
Mhm.
So it makes it, so in some ways it does make it a little bit more interesting, although weirdly enough, the fact that Tommy has a spell put on him and to be manipulated by Rita actually fits the fairy tale motif better than this show does, which is kind of funny. This feels more Japanese by nature to me. The warring brothers seeking vengeance upon one another, and one is seeking vengeance on the other and stuff like that. And this is where Geki really gets tested, because for one thing, he didn't know Barai existed. He didn't know he had a brother. And then after that, he's trying to save his brother.
Right.
So
but magic tears.
Oh boy. At least in that initial handful of episodes, he's trying to save his brother at that point. And now, I know you and I talked about this. With the end of Green with Evil, if you go back and listen to the Film Vault episode, the Master and Film Vault episode we did, which I did share most of that discussion. I know where you're going
with this.
Yeah, go share this on this show's feed. How do you think the ending of that Dragon Ranger arc compares to this? We'll talk about what happened to Barai after this, because there's a pretty big status quo change for him after this.
They're very similar. I remember us talking in that episode where I was like, where I mentioned that I didn't like how they accepted Tommy as easily, but it's really not much different than how it goes down in Zyuranger.
It isn't.
Because once they I can't say break the spell, because there was no spell, but once the sword, it's not called the Sword of Darkness in Zyuranger. I can't remember what the name of the sword is in
Keep talking, I'll look it up.
But the sword, this for all intents and purposes,
because it has a very German sounding name.
Yeah. The sword, once the Sword of Darkness is destroyed by magic tears.
Sword of Helfried.
Sword of Helfried. Yes. That's what it is. Once the sword is destroyed, the Barai starts to apologize for his actions, and Geki just almost immediately forgives him.
Which, that wasn't so much a stretch for me, because he had the whole time, Geki's like, I have to save my brother.
Right.
So I get
Which is it's not a stretch, because the whole time, even in Power Rangers, once they realize that Tommy is the Green Ranger, the mission goes from we have to destroy the Green Ranger to we have to save Tommy.
It's
very similar.
So Geki forgiving him, and it makes sense, because that's in line with this character, because the whole time he's like, oh, I have a brother, and then he's trying to save him. But I felt like Barai's face turn was remarkably fast. I mean, with Tommy, I can let it slide, because he was being manipulated by magic, and we knew before that he was a good kid.
He was a good kid being manipulated. With Barai, it's trickier, because Barai did all of those things because he wanted to. So I feel like the face turn should not have been nearly as quick, because And I don't. I mean, it's obviously he had his come to Jesus moment, but I
A
don't
very
know.
melodramatic come to Jesus
Yeah,
moment
a
because
very melodramatic.
that's what you do in these sorts of things. Melodrama is par for the course.
Right. So I just don't know realistically if he realistically talking about
I
a
think
fantasy.
if I'm going to critique this, I think if there had been some moments leading up to this where Barai wasn't entirely sure about things,
Mhm.
like maybe if he was like, this is my brother, like if he had moments of hesitancy with his brother,
No,
with
he was
Geki.
very certain he wanted to kill Geki.
Right. Yeah. If there was some apprehension on his part, I think this would have been easier to swallow.
Right.
But the thing is that he just like flips a switch. I mean, he goes from "I will kill you all and take over the world," of course, to
To
"No, I can't kill my brother. I can't kill my brother." And then they destroy this. Well, and then he cries on the sword, and and then it gets just, and then he's not loyal to Bandora anymore. And I'm like, man, Power Rangers, you're like, oh, that was stupid here. We'll just shoot it with the gun, with the ray gun in the show, but we're definitely stealing this later. It's not even the first time. It's not even the last time it happens in this show.
right.
Oh my
Right.
gosh. So
What I but I find it but I find this I find Barai's story arc a little bit more interesting than even Tommy's story arc with Green with Evil, because Barai is choosing to do these things because his motivations just so happen to align with Bandora, and so it's like you said, it's an alliance of convenience. It's not
mhm.
necessarily he's not being possessed. And even when you see those scenes where Barai is in the castle with all of our other villains, he's just kind of hanging out in the background, really not just kind of not really doing anything. He's just
Yeah,
there.
not joining in on the on the musical celebrations or nothing. He's just like, I'm gonna sit over here and
Dora,
brood.
Dora, Dora, Dora,
Well, we'll
Dora,
get to
Dora.
that. We'll
We'll get
get to
there. Yeah.
that. We'll get there. So, you know, that much like with Power Rangers, I did feel like these Green Ranger episodes, the show really that had a night, it really picked up after that. So I did enjoy it.
Mhm.
They still did the dumb dinosaur eggs thing. Good lord, the dinosaur eggs subplot was kind of silly.
Pointless.
But regardless, we have to talk about what happens with Barai after this. So we have the happy moment where he's he has a come to Jesus moment. His brother forgives him. He's accepted into the team. And then we have a really big left field pitch here. It felt like it gets explained later, but when I was watching, it's like, why is this even happening? Why? Why? Because we find out that this, good lord, Clotho, which we'll talk about Clotho here in a second, but Clotho, who's a spirit of life, takes him to what he calls the timeless room and
Mhm.
says, you only, what is it, like, what was the number originally? It was like 36
You
hours or 30
have
hours or,
hang on. Keep talking. I'm going to
yeah.
look it up because I don't
Basically, he
remember.
tells him that he has a limited amount of time to live outside of this room. In this room, time basically stands still and he won't die. But but whenever he leaves the room, he's going to lose more of his life force. And oh look, what did they use to represent that?
A candle.
A green candle.
Candle.
Uh huh. So for the next 20 episodes or so, he only makes sporadic appearances, and the rest of the Rangers, especially Geki, are like, where is he? Where is he going? Why is he not living with us? I want to reconnect with my brother, that sort of a thing. And it's, for a while, he just barely shows up at the end of an episode and helps them out and then just goes away. there's only a few points after that, I felt like, where it became anything of a plot point till we get to another stretch of episodes that I would probably say are the best group of episodes in the entire show. It's like in the late 30s going up to about episode 44 that
Mhm.
where he deals with the consequences of that.
Right.
And spoiler warning, he dies. The show actually toys with the idea that the rest of the Rangers might save his life. Especially Geki. Geki at points is like, I am going to save my brother. And then they don't.
Which leads to a really interesting episode where basically Barai trades his life for a child's life. Essentially.
Yeah. I have some, as much as I enjoyed that section of episodes, and it was, no, that wasn't the one when not Lokar, but Die Satan actually shows up. I know that was before this, but I love the idea of it, but I wish they had tweaked some things with it. Again, I'm going to offer some critiques here. I wish what had happened is instead of it just being, oh, he's run out of time and this elixir that a couple of the other characters fought to get so they could save him. I wished that they had actually brought it to him with enough time to potentially save him, and he said, no, go give it to that kid. Save his life.
Right.
I wish it had been something that he chose to do, as opposed to it just being, oh, we got here just a little too late, go give it to the kid.
I'm not finding the time. I'm not finding the number.
I think
of
it's
actual
30
hours.
hours or something.
I
like
think
that.
it's 30 or 36 hours.
The
or
number is
something like
the number is unimportant.
the number
at
is
this point.
irrelevant, but I just want
The numbers are
to
relevant.
try to find it. Yeah.
Right. The numbers are relevant. So, yeah, like I said, I wish that had been tweaked a little bit. It kind of made the side quest to go get the elixir feel a little bit pointless. And I mean, you're already kind of potentially straining credibility with this sappy Sentai Kenny story.
But they're really ratcheting up the drama for that episode.
They are, and then Barai dies in his brother's arms, in a very dramatic scene. If you watch because Mr. Izumi was one of the people at that panel that's on the DVD set, and they asked him about filming that. Did you watch that?
Yes, I did actually. Yes.
Yeah, they said that it's like, what was it like? Because someone asked, what was it like filming that scene? It's like, well, we read the script and we were ready to go. We were really, as actors, we were getting into the role and we're, ratcheting up all these emotions and everything. And then they had to break for lunch right before they were going to do it. So they're like, oh, great. So then they had to kind of maintain that emotional state throughout lunch after they just finished reading that script and practice their lines.
So they're crying over their salad.
I guess. I was like, they just had to.
Crying. There's a tear in my ramen and I'm crying for you, dear. Okay, that's enough of that.
Wow. But then they said after lunch, they actually filmed the scene and Mr. Izumi said that he kept having hermit crabs crawl on his face. It's on a beach. So he said there were hermit crabs crawling on him while they were trying to film.
And then it was a really good interview. And that's something that I wish that all the other Sentai sets had on them, but sadly, this is the only one that gives any kind of like behind the scenes interview. Like,
right.
It's really,
well,
this. Yeah.
I don't know how many more of the Sentai actors go to Power Morphicon.
Right.
But anyway, you might already be noticing that there are, and we'll discuss it more when we get to the Who Did It Better section, I think. But this was adapted by Power Rangers. Kinda. Instead of it, they do have the green candle. And they have to account for the fact that they can't have Tommy all the time in this. But due to differences in sensibility and censorship, they can't have Tommy, quote unquote, dying. So the way they get around it is they said that his powers are limited. It's not his life force, it's his powers.
Right. And what's interesting about Barai is we learn later that Barai is actually dead. Like he actually died.
Right, because that was the part. I was
The-
like, why is this death god or whatever showing up saying, "Oh, you only have a little amount of time. You're gonna die." And I'm just like, this is just coming across as kind of random and petty. Why?
Right,
And then we find
but
out.
we
And then we
learn
find out
We learn
later.
later on. Yeah, we learn later on that while he was in the tomb, there was an earthquake, and he actually was crushed to death by the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out that when you bring someone back to life, there's consequences for that. So
Right.
there's so that's why we get this
So to
green
keep
candle arc.
Yeah. So to revive. So the gods, to keep him alive, they could only do it for so long.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, thank you for explaining that. I was still a little frustrated because this, this plot point just comes in and blindsides the audience. So
Mhm.
I don't know if it's an American thing. I'm just not used to that, or if it really is potentially a misstep in the scripting. I don't know. But it was a little frustrating at first because I'm like, I like Barai. Why are you doing this? This just seems mean. So again, we'll unpack that more in the last segment, but I do want to say first, before we get to that, I give MMPR credit for trying to account for it.
Right.
Even if they couldn't fully adapt it necessarily. However, in a little bit of a preview of that discussion, I will say one thing I will give Mighty Morphin over this is I did appreciate that they gave Tommy more of a presence in the show, even though they had to come up with sometimes cockamamie reasons for why he couldn't just show up with the rest of the team because they have to, they're still slave to the Sentai footage.
Right.
But he still had, like I said, more of a presence than Barai did for a really long time.
I mean, we would literally have scenes where the Rangers are all fighting the monster of the week, and Barai is just sitting. He's just sitting.
You mean
in
Tommy?
The
in Zyuranger.
Yeah. In Zyuranger, yeah, the other Rangers are just all fighting a monster of the week, and Barai is just sitting in that shadow realm,
the timeless room.
The timeless room. So where he can't do anything. And then finally he just, and a lot of times it just ends up being, he gets to the point where he just gets fed up he gets fed up with waiting, and he just goes.
Yeah. Yeah. And also this gives an explanation for the quote unquote dragon dagger. Zyusoken, I think is what it's called in this.
Zyusoken. Yeah.
Zyusoken. Yeah. It is a weapon given to him by Clotho, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells him, yeah, this controls the 6th guardian beast. So, like I said, in Mighty Morphin, oh, look, dragon dagger. He just has it. This one we get an explanation for.
An explanation, which I actually feel like that works a little better.
Right. Anyway,
I like more explanation for things than just them randomly showing up.
Right.
But again, there's reasons why Saban had to do what he did with Power Rangers, is because there's a lot of and there's a reason why a lot of context is lost with Power Rangers, is because the context is so beyond what Mighty Morphin was supposed to be that they just couldn't have done it without putting significant amount of budget towards filming new stuff.
Right. Which they weren't willing to do at the time.
Right. Because they didn't know if this thing was going to work. And here we are 30 years later.
Right. So, yeah, because actually 2022 was the 30th anniversary of Zyuranger.
2023, you mean?
No, 2022. Because it started in 1992.
Oh, for the 30th anniversary for Zyuranger, yes.
Yeah.
Or 30th anniversary for Zyuranger, you're right.
All right, so let's go on to a couple of supporting cast members. It's surprisingly short compared to Power Rangers. There were a couple of characters I thought about including in this list, but they only showed up for a few episodes. And even if they made some significant contributions in those episodes, like Gnome, the character Gnome, who's part of the fairy tribe, I ended up not including him because he's only in a few episodes. And other than
You
some
mean you're talking about the father
wacky shenanigans that almost result in child murder?
You talking about the father and son duo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one who decides to chase a child down with a machine gun.
That wouldn't have made it to American television.
Nope. Or
Come here,
test
kiddies.
or test the Zyurangers by making them eat lots and lots of food.
Yeah.
Are you determined enough? Eat everything on this table.
Oh boy.
He's wacky. But anyway, we're going to talk about Barza. Mysterious
Barza.
Sage Barza, played by Jun Tatara. He's basically Zordon.
Zordon with big ears.
And a funny helmet.
And a funny helmet. So, okay. So the first time we get introduced to Barza, he's basically just this old man that's on top of a roof taking care of some pigeons, basically. But then Bandora shows up and he suddenly transforms and has this white cloak on, and he can enlarge his ear to indicate better hearing, and it's really off-putting, and it's just like, oh crap, what the hell's going on? But you know, Barza is fine. He's no Zordon.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna be honest with you.
He's no Zordon, but I will say this. I will say this though. I will say this. He's got infinitely more personality than Zordon.
Because he's an eccentric old man, which I think.
True.
So, okay, maybe you can. Okay, you could potentially argue he has more personality than Zordon, but I think Zordon is a better mentor because this guy's just a quirky old man who does a lot of nothing. He does a lot of exposition dumping like Zordon. He
does a lot of reading.
But Zordon actually gives good advice. This guy doesn't give all that much advice, let alone good advice.
Barza feels like he's just kind of figuring things out as the Rangers are figuring it out.
Right. Now,
they're all just trying to figure it out together.
Right. I did like the scene in one of the final episodes where he actually got involved, and we find out that he can make because he has a big magic staff, he can make it grow super large, like to the size of a tree, which came in handy because they had, it's actually a really cool sequence where Barai, who's dead, opens up a door to, I think they call it the magic realm. It's basically hell. You know, it's a descent into hell, which is, again, a very Western sort of idea. Right. You know, descent into the underworld sort of a thing.
Right.
And it's just a door that pops up, but you can only, when you open the door, it looks like it's a door to nowhere. You know, it's just a door frame with a door. And you open the door, and if you look at it from one side, it's a portal to this realm. But if you come at it from behind, you just walk through the door. It's actually really cool. I was like, this is what I read. This is why I love, this is what I look for in books and everything with fantasy. Like, give me something interesting like this. Okay. And so, so they go in there and I think it was Goshi, Geki, and I think it was it Boy? I think it was Boy.
I think it was Boy.
It was Boy or Dan. I think it was Boy.
I'm pretty sure it was Boy.
Pretty sure it was Boy. They tie ropes around their waists and they go in there. So you got May and Dan, trying to, they tie the rope over on a tree to try to as an anchor, but then things go down there. They get accosted by dead monsters, and they're falling into a chasm, and then it stretches the rope as far as they'll go, and then they're like desperately trying to hold on to the rope. By the way, we can actually show blood in this show, so we'll have some serious rope burn on our characters here.
And we can curse too. We can curse
bit.
and we can show blood. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're desperately trying to they're desperately trying to hold on to the rope so that they so they don't fall into nothing. And then Barza shows up, ties the rope around his staff, and then tries to, hold it, and then he holds it lengthwise on the door, but it starts to snap. So then he casts a magic spell that he could barely remember, because that's a joke. I'm an old man, get it? I can't remember a thing. And then the staff gets to the size of a tree trunk, and then that actually properly anchors it, and our heroes don't die in the magic
Mhm.
realm. So that's probably his best moment. Otherwise, he's joining Gnome to chase down a child with a machine gun, reading a
here,
bunch of
little
old
kitty.
books, and what?
I said, "Come here, little kitty."
Come here, Sentai Kenny.
Here, Sentai Kenny.
Admittedly, he does it reluctantly because Gnome is a sociopath, but
Right.
possibly. But I don't know. Sometimes he's just there. Sometimes he's just there. Sometimes he just spouts off exposition.
Right.
You know,
I mean, he's there
like
to-
an
he's
old
there-
librarian.
Well,
Basically.
he's similar. Well, he's similar to Zordon. He's there to say, "Oh no, this is Dora Argus," or whoever it is. You know, this is like he's there to he's there to exposition, whatever.
But like I said, I think Zordon actually gives he
Better
not only
advice?
gives more advice, he gives more useful advice. So
Well, he gives more. Zordon would give more practical advice.
right. So your mileage may vary with our mentors.
It really is comparing apples and oranges, really.
In a lot of ways, but
It really is. It's the same. It's in the fruit family, but they just taste different. So Zordon is sort of an apple where it's kind of sweet, but just, more, but less I don't know where I'm going with this.
I was
It's
to
getting
say,
really weird.
I think
I'm going to abandon.
I
I'm going to
think you have
abandon the
stretched the
analogy.
metaphor as far as it can go.
I'm going to abandon the analogy in this. Yes, well, I'm going to abandon the analogy.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I like Barza. Barza's a lot of fun. He's this eccentric little old Japanese man, but he really doesn't serve a whole lot of point. He doesn't serve
although
a whole lot of
his helmet looks like he has an eye on his forehead, which is kind of
yeah,
funny.
a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and his wand does look kind of similar to Bandora's. Just a little interesting.
I didn't really notice that, but there's
some design
there's an
resemblance.
it's an interesting observation where but the main difference is Bandora's is very ornate and spiky, whereas Barza's is not.
It's not.
I don't know.
All right. Now, he makes a lot of appearances, doesn't necessarily contribute a ton to the plot, but because he showed up as much as he did, we have to talk about him. Clotho, the spirit of life, which is ironic given that he tells Barai, you have a limited time to live and then you're going to die. Thank you, Angel of Death. That was very helpful. Played by Mayumi Sakai. Oh boy, this character. They did not adapt this character, and there's reasons for that.
Oh, it's over. Wait, no, this is not over 9,000. This is not the over 9,000.
No, this is not Kai.
Yeah, this is not the over 9,000.
This is the little guy who turns out to be a woman later, which is weird. And I only found one actor name for this character, and I'm like, there has to be two, but even the Ranger Wiki doesn't have two. It didn't even have one. I had to go to another source to find one of the actors' names.
Right. It's this Clotho is needlessly obtuse.
He's needlessly obtuse, but this character design would never fly in the United States.
Oh no. God.
He looks like a little kid in pale white makeup. So white face? I don't know. And
white face is not a thing, Nathan.
It's a joke. Anyway. And his costume looks like a Klan uniform. Let's not beat around the bush.
I mean, it does. It
looks
really does.
Suspiciously like a Klan uniform.
This would not fly.
I don't think it actually is, but it's perilously close.
One thing I did not realize is Clotho actually has some mythological connections as well.
Oh, really?
Mhm. Yeah, she's the. I would just kind of. I had to make sure I was correct, but Clotho is the name of the youngest of three fates, or the Moirai, who spins the thread of human
Oh,
life.
right. That's why it's the spirit of life. Yeah, it's the one of the
Right.
fates. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's
they
one of the
would
fates.
they would spin human lifespans, and then they would cut one, and then that's when someone would
Right.
die.
Spins the thread of human life. The other two draw out Lechius. I guess that's where we
Mm-hmm.
get leciousness from.
Mm-hmm.
And cut Atropos
Mm-hmm.
in the it's in ancient Greek mythology. So
Right.
Clotho sounded familiar, and I just had to look it up because I was like, oh, that's a like because there's a lot of Greek and
There
there's a
is.
lot of there's a lot of Greek mythology in Zyuranger, so it had to be something.
Right.
But it turns out it's a connection to one of the fates.
Right. Which actually does make the character make a bit more sense, but he is needlessly obtuse.
Right.
It was ridiculous. It's just like after a while, it's like he just shows up and it's just almost like he's taunting Barai. It's just like, "Hi, you're gonna die.
Right.
Just thought I would remind you." And then later on, we find out that I think it was Goshi and I want to say Dan fought fought somebody in a different realm to get the elixir of life, and I think it turned out to be Clotho, who's actually a woman.
Well, all the depictions of Clotho all have this are all a hooded figure.
Right.
But just the fact that it's a white robe, it's not gonna go over very well in the West, at least in America.
Right. Which is there's this will not be the last time that we have to address something like this.
Right.
This season. So, yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about Clotho other than the potentially controversial character design and the obtuseness.
Yes.
That's really
We can
about
move on.
it. We can
Let's move on to the fun part. Let's move on to
Yeah,
the
the
fun part.
villains. The villains, which we're gonna have a lot to say, and yet not a lot to say.
Not
on
a
this.
lot to say. Sexy
Yeah.
Goldar.
Okay.
Sexy Goldar.
We'll talk about that in a second here. Okay, we got to start at the top of the
Goldar
top of the list.
Gryffazor is a lot. Gryffazor would be canceled in today's society.
Yeah, well,
he
okay. We're not starting with Gryffazor. We're starting with Witch Bandora. Okay,
fine.
We're starting at the top. Main villain first.
Yeah. Dora la la Bandora.
Which may or may not be our episode title.
Ay.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so Witch Bandora played by Machiko Soga, who also technically played Rita.
who technically played Rita, who also played the Mystic Mother in Mystic Force.
Although that was a completely different character.
Completely different character, but it's the same, same thing. Same but different.
Right. An unrelated character, I should say. So, how does Bandora compare to Rita? Because
they're both.
In this case, we have a face actor, and they just dubbed over her.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, in Power Rangers.
Right.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Some might disagree with me, but Bandora is not all that different than Rita. Their personalities are very similar. Over the top, Wicked Witch of the West style witches want to take over the world, of course.
Witches.
Well, they vacillate between taking over the world or just being petty. I think Rita was more often petty, but I feel like Bandora is pettier when she's petty.
Maybe I'll make the episode title "Witches Get Stitches."
We're supposed to use out of context lines from the shows.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Anyway,
I thought witches.
so-
I thought witches get stitches was a better title.
we'll talk about it after we're done. All right.
Fine.
It's gonna be a few weeks. It'll be a few weeks. But anyway. So I mean, like I said, the only real differences between Bandora and Rita is Rita does get a little bit more Bandora gets a little more hands-on at points compared to Rita, and Bandora unabashedly, well, two more things. One, Bandora unabashedly hates children, very specifically children. Doesn't like human beings, but she really hates children.
Yes.
And she has a habit of thinking she's in a musical.
Yes.
She turns into a J-pop star for a hot second. Several times throughout the show. As her own theme song.
Okay.
And all of her minions just get in on it. They just join in. They just do it. And like in the final episode, they have like microphones set up like they're on stage. I'm like, what did they just turned into an idol group? What happened? What just happened? I'm surprised they left that out for Power Rangers. I was like, what does it say if Saban is looking at this saying, you know what? That's too campy even for us.
I think so. I'm really looking. I'm honestly, God. I know it'll at the time of this. We're recording this. It'll be tonight when Kim publishes her thoughts on Zyuranger. I'm really looking forward to it, though.
Yeah, I am. I'm so curious to see. I would love to know why they left it. Why they left that part out. Now, on the other hand, obviously Rita really evolves into a much different character. Not much, but she evolves into a bit of a different character because they kept her around for the next couple of seasons.
Right.
And Bandora's backstory is probably where she differs the most. Because we find out that she was also part of some of these prehistoric kingdoms that existed years ago. And she has a tragic backstory, a very melodramatic tragic backstory, but a tragic one nonetheless, where we find out that her small son was chased by the worst looking stop motion puppet dinosaur I have ever seen. I'm just like, Toei, some things you shouldn't try.
That's the thing. She blames dinosaurs for killing her son.
Yeah, because one of them chased him off of a cliff, and then she found him, and he died in her arms.
Right.
And so she hates dinosaurs. So she's genocidal toward dinosaurs, and which she then transfers onto just human beings, I guess. And I guess she hates children because she lost hers. I don't know. Maybe. So has she just decided that if she can't have a child, no one else can?
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say that it's probably the case of she lost her child, so no one else is allowed to have children, or no one else is allowed to have. Yeah, I guess it's very.
I guess, or she wants everyone else to feel her pain, so everyone else has to lose a child too. It's a little odd, although I guess it actually makes the part of the ending because she subtly likes kids at the end. I'm like, how much of what? I'm confused. But anyway, we'll get to the ending at some point. But honestly, yeah, like I said, other than that backstory, and a few nuances here and there, she's not that different from Rita.
She's not. She's really not. Honestly, I was surprised how similar the two characters were.
Yeah. Well, the singing. That's the singing is a big.
I will say this. I will say that Power Rangers did manage to make Rita, I feel like, a lot more of a menacing character than which Bandora.
I think it depends on the episode, because there are some episodes where I think Bandora is pretty menacing. But
yeah,
then,
it may depend on it.
yeah, but then she does some of the same things, complains about headaches, and she beats on her minions when they fail,
and blood comes out of her eyes. It's
oh, good lord. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, she flat out prays to Satan.
Satan. we'll get to die Satan in a minute.
Oh, like, okay, they never would have done that in Power Rangers. They made it a bunch of ridiculous mumbo jumbo. And also, I mean, I could make the argument that Power Rangers made Rita more powerful than her. Because, you know, the famous, magic wand, make my monster grow. That's in this.
Yes.
But it's not her technically doing it. Rita, it actually like gets Rita's power that's doing it. And this one, when she's throwing it, she says, evil spirits that live in the ground, ha! Give more power to insert monster name here. And then throws it. So like, wait a minute.
She's evoking the name of the evil spirits. So
right.
It's the evil spirits
it's the evil spirits that are doing it, not her. She's invoking them. Like, oh.
Which I think Saban and Power Rangers just kind of cleaned that up a little bit. Plus, there is no way on Godzilla's green earth they would show on a kid's show someone, especially here in the West, especially in the 90s.
Satanic Panic.
Satanic Panic. They would never in a million years say in a kid's show allow a line like evil spirits make my monster grow or praying
give more power to this monster.
Yeah, give more power.
Although VR Troopers did that.
Yeah, but man, it's like looking at Zyuranger in context of everything that was going on in the 90s. I'm surprised that my mom, my very religious mother, allowed me to watch Power Rangers.
Yeah. Although still, it is toned down in Power Rangers. It's toned down and yet kind of not in Power Rangers.
Yeah.
It's
weird.
Recontextualized. But like I said, I think I could feasibly make the kind of pedantic argument that Rita's more powerful than Bandora.
You could. Maybe we'll make that argument later. But Sexy Goldar, we got to get to Sexy
Goldar. Oh, good lord. We've already kind of memed that. We need to meme it again. Sexy Grifferzor. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce that, but Grifferzor, voiced by Kan Tokumaru, who also was voiced by Yoshimasa Chida, who was the understudy, I guess, for Mr. Tokumaru. Anyway, he's Goldar's counterpart. Not all that much different.
No.
Except
he's a sexist.
We'll get to that. Except when he starts, he can't talk. He just grunts and growls. But he's loyal to Bandora, just like Goldar is loyal to Rita.
He sleeps a lot.
Yeah, that's the big difference. Is they left out his laziness, where he's like, randomly sleeping. And the episode the part we're joking about is in the King Sphinx episode, or this Dora Sphinx in this. The Sphinx tells him, "Hey, you stop right there. Let me handle this." And then he's like, oh, "Okay." And then he's supposed to be just leaning over and just resting and putting his head on his hand and just watching. And I screenshot it and said, "Crazy caption this," and a joke that it's Sexy Goldar. So because they didn't use that shot in Power Rangers, which is too bad, but because it would have been funny. But it's when we get to the Green Ranger stuff where subtly he talks.
Right.
I'm like, okay, why did you wait this long to decide that? It's like, did they make a decision at some point? Like, were they just like flying by the seats of their pants and just decided 15 episodes in, let's let him talk?
Well, they had to, when we get introduced to the next character that we're going to talk about after we get done, we still got some more things to talk about. Grifferzor here. I think it makes more sense to allow him to talk.
It does, but it was still kind of odd because I was used to him not talking, and now suddenly he's talking.
Right.
Although in a weird way,
maybe it would have been better if he was just a mute the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, admittedly, in a weird way, it kind of parallel Goldar because you had dang it, you're gonna have to remind me the voice actor's name.
Oh, crap. Keegan Mahan.
Keegan Mahan,
or-
yeah, Keegan Mahan. He did a different voice for Goldar early on, and then about 15, 20 episodes in, he landed on the voice that we all know and love. Around the same time that they did the Green Ranger
Kerrigan
stuff.
Mahan.
Kerrigan Mahan, yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. So I guess in a weird way, they kind of parallel each other.
A little, because when we first, because it's still the same voice actor, except Kerrigan Mahan is. I've listened to interviews him talking about the development of that voice. The original voice that he did for Gold, that really raspy voice like this, was really hard on his vocal cords, and so he had to work on it to make it less stressful. And that's the voice we ended up with that we love so much.
Right. But honestly, again, he's not all that different from Goldar. Now, Goldar develops further as the show went on, so he ends up being different. But if we're comparing these seasons, he's not that different from Goldar at this point. Although, one thing that is very different is his relationship with the next character, Lami, played by Ami Kawai. And if you know your Japanese, you know that kawaii means cute, and it is very apt.
Yes, very much.
Because this is Scorpina's Sentai counterpart, and oh lordy.
I'm really glad though that Scorpina, or Lami, I should say, Lami was more involved. I feel like Lami was a lot more involved with Zyuranger than Scorpina was with Power Rangers.
And like with Rita, she just gets dubbed. They keep the face actor and they just dub over her.
Right.
For the most part. And we find out, is Grifferzar's wife. Which is completely cut out in Power Rangers, and it's too bad because they use there is actually a scene that is them having a lover spat that they keep in Power Rangers, but they completely change what it is. They're just arguing over a fight they had with the Power Rangers.
Right. And is it the scene where it's after Grifferzar gets a voice? She comes in and says, "Do you know what his first words to me were?"
Was there something like women should be in the kitchen?
Women should be doing laundry or something.
Women should be doing laundry. It's just like, it's sexist.
That's why I said that Grifferzar was really sexist.
Hashtag cancel Grifferzar. Yeah.
Right. But
Kim, you must cancel Grifferzar.
No, we must not. Yes, we must cancel Griffith. Anyway, Lami's there. You can see some of the scenes between Lami and Grifferzar, and then Goldar and Scorpina. You can see them, like how they're close to each other. Scorpina puts her hand on Goldar's chest as they're talking. It's not as frequent as it is in Zyuranger, but there are certain scenes that they did leave in there. They just recontextualize it, like that scene that we just talked about, where she's coming in complaining about Goldar being sexist. That is Scorpina. I think that got recontextualized to Scorpina.
I think she was complaining about getting called back early, fighting the Rangers.
Right. Yeah, that's right. She was complaining about being called back early from battle. That's what it was. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It just got recontextualized.
But I gotta tell you, credit has to be given to Miss Kawai here. She sells that marital relationship with what's technically a really tall guy in a golden gorilla costume.
Right.
She really I'm watching this. I'm like, I know you're both horribly evil, but you are so freakishly cute together. We all didn't you joke we all need a woman who looks at us like Lami does Grifferzar.
Crap. It was find you someone who loves you as much as Lami loves Grifferzar.
Yeah, something like that. Because I'm like, good Lord, they are just
they're adorable.
They are adorable together. It's just like, you just had to be evil, didn't you, Lami?
That's what Zyuranger and really Sentai as a whole, it does a really good job of blurring the line between what is good and what is evil. Like it
Mhm.
makes you care. Like Sentai, the Sentais that I have seen makes you care about like its villains as much as you
Mhm.
care about its Rangers. And I feel like that's something that Power Rangers had to kind of evolve into as the writing got more and more mature
Mhm.
later on in the Saban era, but it happens pretty early on in Sentai.
Right. Right. And Grifferzar and Lame often teamed up and would go fight the Rangers. You know, what I think is one of the funniest episodes is when Lame, like I said, has that rivalry with May. Because Lame has the little centipede monster in her uh, in her suit coat when
Oh, you're talking
she's
about the silkworm. The
yeah, the
silkworm.
silkworm, and she was using it to terrorize children, suck the life out of them, and
Mm.
she was going around in a human disguise and things
Is
like
that the
that.
one where are you talking about the one where that was like it was a silkworm or something
It
that
was.
and it puts the Rangers in this cocoon, this red
Yeah.
cocoon?
And that's
Yeah,
why
yeah, yeah.
May had
Okay.
to take care of the problem by herself.
Right. Yeah, that was a Kim focus episode.
Right. Right. A May focused episode.
Well, May,
In
but what?
in
But
Power Rangers it was Kim.
you
Yeah.
know what I mean. You know
Yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't and then they have a baby at the end. That's the other
And
thing that should
Bandora
be
suddenly
mentioned.
loves babies.
And then Bandora suddenly loves her. Oh, I should have
Well,
mentioned this. I should have mentioned this about Bandora. Her name has a very famous mythological origin, although it's really just the name. I don't know what else would connect to it.
Which
And it's
is
one that has a little significance for me because I based a lot of my first novel on this story, Pandora's Box.
oh, I know
Bandora
the story.
Pandora.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Should have
Explain.
mentioned that earlier. Now, I think it really only goes as far as the name because the characters
Okay.
are not have basically nothing in common after that, but wouldn't surprise me if that's where the name was derived.
Well, I was just going to make one more comment about the baby at the end. I mean, what else are you going to do when you're locked in a vase forever? How long? I mean, what are you going to do to
Yeah.
occupy yourself?
Yeah, although I'm trying to understand how the baby didn't come out a monster. I guess that's the joke, right?
I guess
It's a beautiful baby that looks
it-
nothing like mom or dad.
it's definitely got because we don't know if it's a boy or a girl. It definitely got its mother's everything because
Everything.
because it came out to be a cute baby.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it definitely did. Now, the next two, I think we have to talk about them as a pair because
Toppat
it's
and
Squat and
Bookback.
Baboo's Sentai counterparts, Totpat and Bookback. Totpat is played by Kaoru Shinoda, and Bookback is played by Takeshi Watabe. And I have to wonder if those suit actors actually do play these characters when they do their human disguises. They look freakishly similar. Wouldn't surprise me.
It
But
wouldn't surprise me at all.
they're not all that different.
They're not, except Totpat is a vampire, which we didn't know that from Power Rangers, but you can see it. And
Yeah.
Bookback is I guess a gremlin or maybe a gnome, not a gnome, but a
Goblin?
goblin, maybe. Maybe that's what he's supposed to be.
Here, all right, Ranger Wiki. Here,
But their characterization, the Ranger Wiki, I don't believe has it. But I know that Totpat is supposed to be a vampire, or at least a vampire.
He's a hobgoblin.
A hobgoblin. Oh, okay, nice. And Totpat is a vampire, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so their characterization is not that much different. Even that, remember the episode? You remember the episode where they find the eggs and they convince the monster that the Rangers were actually the ones that destroyed the eggs.
They really they changed that, and yet they didn't for that one.
They changed it. Yeah, they changed it, but then it's the same exact thing.
Yeah, that was a little weird. But you were saying?
But I was just gonna say their characterization is the same. Like they're just
For the most part, they're the comic relief.
For the most part,
they're a little more competent, I would say, and a little more proactive than Squat.
Once in a while, I was gonna say they'll get a little bit more involved. Yeah, once in a while they'll get a little bit more involved, but that's it. That's it.
Yeah, they're like I said, they're there for comic relief. So
Yeah.
that's all I really have to say about them.
So Pleprecon.
Pleprecon, played by Yutaka, or I should say voiced by Yutaka Uyama. This is Finster.
Yeah, the monster
Not
maker.
all that much difference.
It's exactly the same.
It's basically the same. It's just like he makes stuff out of clay, and he says like, "These are my works of art."
These are my works of art. Empress Rita, Empress Rita.
It's not all that much different.
It's not much. Yeah,
it's really the
not
same
that
thing.
different.
He fancies himself an artist, and he complains about how his art is not respected.
I think honestly his characterization gets. I think they did more with his character in the comics, which we haven't gotten quite there yet, but they did more with his characterization in the comics. But it's as far as like Power Rangers versus Zyuranger or whatever, it's exactly the same. There's no I view them as the same exact character, just with a different name.
Yeah. And the voices are different, a little bit different. There's some little things that are different with the voices, but they're essentially the same.
In the Sentai, his voice is a little bit more growly. You know, it's
and
a
Leprechaun. We get Leprechaun.
Yeah,
Funny.
he's a leprechaun. Or a gnome or something. I don't know what he's actually supposed to be yet.
Well, give me a second here. I'll find out. But
it's no. But I actually
leprechaun. Really? Yeah, it actually says he's a leprechaun. This is the weirdest looking leprechaun I've ever seen.
Yeah, he doesn't talk a whole lot about gold, and he doesn't wear green. So I guess whatever. I actually kind of prefer Finster over Pleprecon, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I kind of do too. Yeah. But then let's really briefly, we'll talk about. I changed the notes here a little
golems.
We'll talk about the golems, or the Dokita golems. These are the putties.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're gonna have more to say about these last two, I think.
They're just as terrifying in the Sentai as they are.
They are.
Just as
I think there's some more
variety.
There's some more variety in them in the Sentai.
Yeah, because
they sound different. I kind of miss the. I actually think I prefer how the putties sound. They're like, it sounded more inhuman, to be honest, than the ones in here.
They're like,
I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's just like, but the names are much closer related to, again, more foreign mythology from Japan. The golem actually comes from Jewish folklore. It was a statue that the sculptor inscribed the Hebrew name for God onto its forehead, and it came to life.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically went on a little bit of a rampage. And then apparently, I hope I'm remembering the story correctly, but apparently if you write it out in Hebrew, the Hebrew word when written out for death is only a little bit different than how the name for God is written out. So the sculptor went over and just made that slight little change on the name.
Right.
Which then made the golem basically turn to dust.
Right. I will say this, and this is something that got cut out for Power Rangers. When we first are introduced to the golems, there were these little tiny cute little dolls. Yeah. And then
I think Leprechaun made.
Yeah, and then I think it's Geki that looks down at them, and then you get this downward facing shot of a golem just jumping up and punching them in the face. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing that got cut out that I understand, and yet I'm still a little disappointed about it, is we had some stop motion effects. Like when a golem is born, it looks like Gumby. I get it. That's probably why they cut it. It's like, it looks like Gumby, so we're not going to use it. But I was like, that still looks pretty cool. That's stop motion. And, almost nobody does stop motion anymore. So it was just kind of cool to see. But yeah, I get it. Those effects are not going to impress too many people in the United States. But anyway, now we got to talk about a character who is in Power Rangers, but he's kind of different. And that one who's not in Power Rangers at all, sorta. But I just Die, Satan! the Japanese word "dai," the prefix "dai," which usually gets translated as "big" or "great," because the subtitles on Shout Factory it says "Great Satan."
Great Satan.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh! Because then you have Bandora's praying to Great Satan. I'm like, oh good lord! But this is Lokar.
Yeah.
They really make it different in Power Rangers. Like, nope, we can't call him. We can't call him Great Satan. We can't call
Nope.
him Die Satan.
You know what
By
would
the
be
way,
really...
the face actor is Masahiko Urano, and Seizo Kato was the voice.
What I would be really curious about, and I know how it would go, but I would be really curious anyway, like morbidly curious, I guess, is if they left all of it in. Yeah, obviously dubbed it to where it's a voice, English voice actor, actress, but you had Rita Repulsa praying to Satan. Like, how would that go over here in the West?
The show
Like,
would
that
have
is-
died inside of 10 episodes.
That would have been awesome. Like, not that I'm condoning praying to Satan, but I'm just saying, like, that would have been a really interesting little thing to watch.
Wait, so does this mean this? I guess this technically means Bandora is a Satanist. She's a Die Satanist.
I was gonna say she's a die Satanist because there's a difference. There's just regular old piddly Satan.
Oh yeah,
and then
there's
the great-
vanilla Satan. This
there's
is
vanilla
great
Satan. And then there's
Satan.
like, this is great Rocky Road Satan. This is like-
Oh yeah, yeah. So in terms of characterization, Lokar and Die Satan, I can't even say
the
it
same.
without being
Are the same.
melodramatic.
No,
They're basically the same, but it's just because
It's
it
just
does really seem. The implication seems to be this is the devil. I mean, like, because we had like the magic realm, which is essentially hell, because that's where all of the dead monsters go. Oh, we should mention that Bandora and her gang are from planet Nemesis. Oh, that's it. Not the moon, planet Nemesis, which is actually that actually sounds really cool. Nemesis was. We talked about this before with the Nemesis beast for Dino Fury. Nemesis was a Greek goddess of justice and revenge. So just thought I'd mention that. So it's kind of foreboding. But anyway, I just think it's funny. So apparently they're fighting the devil. You get to there's a stretch of episodes around like 30. They're fighting the devil. And then you get to the finale. They're fighting the devil. Congratulations. The Power Rangers versus Satan.
That's a comic I would read. Power Rangers versus Satan.
I mean, when you have run out of every villain you could think of, I mean, where do you go from there?
Why
where do you go after you fight the devil?
Why? I mean, why the hell not? I mean, it's what do you do?
Power Rangers versus
Power Rangers versus God? Maybe, I don't know.
Which we kind of get in this, sort of.
Lord, forgive me.
But anyway, now let's talk
Die,
about
Jesus, forgive me.
What does Die Jesus look like? If Die Satan is a Japanese man with blue and white makeup and a spiky wig, what does Die Jesus look? I mean, apparently,
you're gonna make me do.
How sacrilegious do you want to get right now?
You know,
well, I mean, we already joked about Jesus and spandex, remember?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Anyway, we'll move on because we don't need lightning bolts that are not going to make us morph come out of the sky right now.
Yeah.
Which
exactly.
wait, let's talk about that really quick before we get to this last character. Should have brought this up earlier. The morphing sequence. Dino Bakla. So we have the same morphers, sort of. But the morphing sequence is a little different, and I'm actually surprised how low key the morphing sequence is in this. Power Rangers, I do think actually did it better. It's more visually interesting, and this is just Dino Bakla. They hold up the belts, and then poof, it's just a jump cut.
That's it.
There,
there's
usually
there's nothing. There's like a little flash across the screen, but
usually as the weird animatronic dinosaurs that can barely move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So weird.
Gotta give credit to
which they tried, which in Power Rangers, they actually, in that pilot episode we talked about, they did use the dinosaur models.
Mm-hmm.
But they rightfully cut those out.
Yeah, there's just not a lot going on with them. They're very stiff. They look cool, but they're really stiff. Right. Thoughts on the morphing sequence aside, let's get to the one villain who wasn't in Power Rangers, but he almost was.
Over 9,000.
Oh, good Lord. Sentai Thrax Kai 9,000. That's the...
Oh, God.
So that's why I said he's not in Power Rangers, but he kind of is. Because, okay. This is Bandora's son, Kai. And obviously, later, we had your favorite villain ever with Thrax, so...
Right.
Kind of Sentai counterpart, but not really. Anyway,
we're not.
Before I make you PTSD about Overdrive,
we're not going to make that comparison, sir.
We're not. Oh, other than to say Kai is better by default.
By default. You know, I'm willing to say Kai is better simply because he just has a better hairdo.
Okay. So anyway, Kai, who played by Issei Takahashi.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So this is the son that Bandora lost. Dai Satan revived him.
Right.
And he is an evil, awful little child.
He's a brat.
Brat is putting it lightly.
He is irredeemably evil.
Which is kind of surprising because it's a kid villain technically. So he shows up in the last handful of episodes for the finale. It's like a 4-part finale. It's crazy. Right. And he was, for what I understand, he was almost in Power Rangers. They were going to adapt him. He would have been in Doomsday, but the show got so popular that they rewrote Doomsday so it wasn't a finale and kept going. So they just cut the character. And the whole time I was watching Kai in this, I kept thinking, how would they have done this?
I have no idea.
Like I have no idea either. Would they like just dubbed him? Would they have recast the character and gotten the costume? At least one of them.
I'm imagining that they would have probably recast the character and just redid it, because I don't believe that costume doesn't look like something that would be hard to recreate.
Well, one of them anyway, because he had 2 different looks. Now, the thing that's different, this is where you can see the most
Trooper outfit. Yeah,
Dragon Ball Z, sir. It's over 9,000. It looks like Saiyan armor, or not Saiyan armor. Yeah, like if you've seen the meme of Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z wearing his scouter and doing it's over 9,000, it looks exactly like that. Good Lord, how did Shonen Jump not sue them? Just because it's the same freaking costume, and that costume actually looked like a cheap cosplay.
It does.
His regular costume with the white robe and the white mane, that looked much better. But the Dragon Ball Z cosplay was not working for me. But that's what he wears when he pilots. We'll talk about it in the Monsters of the Week, but it is the equivalent of Cyclopsis. It's the Sentai counterpart for Cyclopsis.
Yeah.
Which in Power Rangers, they made a Goldar, and that was new footage, obviously.
Right.
But in here, it's him.
Well, it's a team. It's not just him.
Well, because he had some mind-controlled kids with him, Some mind-controlled Sentai Kennies, which created some tension that is not in Power Rangers for that. But yeah, he's an irredeemably evil little child. And
most children are.
Yeah, but... Wow, Wow, sir. Wow, you were a child once. I was evil once. I still am. Anyway. Evil, not a child. I am an adult. I am an evil adult now.
I am now an evil adult. How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Skeletor will now dish out awkward facts and then run away. Anyway, so Kai is an interesting character. I would have liked to have seen him adapted, but there is no way they could have done the ending.
Right.
There's no way, because Kai dies.
Mm-hmm.
And I have opinions about how that's handled, but good grief. We have a very tragic ending. I'm like, and no one at any point ever thinks, well, why don't we help this kid? Nope. It's like, he's a little devil. He needs to die so we can save the world.
Right.
The Zyurangers think nothing of blowing up his mech at the end of this show.
Nope. They do not. There is no plan of, oh, we have to get Kai out of there before we destroy Taros.
Yeah, no one even thinks like, well, he died and then Satan brought him back from the dead. So maybe he Satan corrupted him, because when we see him in the flashback, he seems to be a nice kid. So
right.
And then which Bandora sells her soul to Satan because her son died. And like, I don't know if you've ever seen or read the first issue that Ghost Rider shows up in a comic book, but it was literally, oh, my dad is dying. Hail Satan, help me. And then the devil shows up and he makes a deal with him. I'm like, wow, that escalated quickly. And that's how I felt watching that flashback. I was like, well, Bandora, that escalated quickly. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say about this kid other than he's creepy and irredeemably evil.
I'm going to go with creepy and irredeemably evil. All
right, there you go. There you go. Now, do we want to do the mechas or the monsters of the week first?
Since we're what did we trying to think? What did we typically do? We typically did,
I think monsters of, I think, was it monsters? Whatever.
We typically did we've typically done mechas earlier in the show.
Okay.
But since we're on the villains, since we're on the villains and we're probably going to park on the mechas for a little while, let's go ahead and just do monsters of the week first.
Yeah. I have 3 that I want to highlight. Well,
sure.
One kind of has multiple forms.
Well, you and I are going to have similar ones, but I have a few more. I have probably a couple more that I was going to highlight too, just because of just some interesting mythological connections.
Right. And some of them also end up being kind of different from their Power Ranger counterparts, because my first one definitely is, and that's Dora Sphinx, or King Sphinx in Power Rangers.
Bing bong.
Yeah, see, that was a whole aspect that they completely left out, because Dora Sphinx has a human form who is like an Egyptian-themed game show host.
Yes.
And something
he asks
that is
riddles.
And he likes riddles, which is from the Sphinx myth. The Sphinx would ask riddles of people. That is completely absent in Power Rangers. They just went with the cool visuals, because he's a very well designed monster, I have to say.
Oh,
it's a simple but it's a brilliantly simple design.
It's a reason why that monster kept getting remade in the 90s through like coloring books and things. It's a really cool looking monster.
It is, and
it's easily recognizable by kids, because like the running theory, I remember this growing up, and even probably thinking this, like, oh, that's Goldar's brother, or that's Goldar's relative, or whatever, because they're very similar. Right.
But in this, he actually, like I said, he has a human form and he asks riddles of people, and his riddles are actually good. Like I've seen that episode twice, because I watched about the first 20 episodes or so of this before, and so I'm like, I was trying to remember, I was like, hey, wait, what were the answers to his riddles? And I was thinking about it, like, yeah, so they were really clever. Let me see, did I write any of them down? I want to see if I wrote any of them down, because I was pretty impressed. I don't think I did, which is too bad. Because the riddles were really good. Normally, when I'm watching a kid show and they have a character who likes riddles, I'm not too impressed with the riddles, but these were actually good. The Riddler would be jealous. Just saying. Now, some of them only really work. They had the subtitles kind of had to explain a little bit more with how they were written because some of them only make sense in Japanese.
Right.
So,
I will say this about the Dora monsters versus what we got in Power Rangers. The reasons why I really enjoyed Zyuranger is because it's really, I guess it's really simple. You get more monster footage because a lot of these episodes are broken up into multiple parts, and so you actually get more footage and you get more time to spend with some of these monsters of the week, which in Power Rangers that wasn't the case. Like the King Sphinx episode was over in 23 minutes and that was it. For the Dora Sphinx, what is the name of what is the name of that first episode? Creepy Riddles or
give me a second.
Sneaky Riddles, something. Anyway, it was broken up into two parts.
Scary Riddles.
Scary Riddles. Yeah, that's it. It was broken up into two parts, and you got to spend more time developing those characters, and you just didn't get that with Power Rangers. And that is one aspect of Zyuranger that I really enjoyed. You got to spend more time with these characters.
Right. So what was the first one you wanted to highlight?
The first one, Dora Sphinx, is on my list, but the first one I wanted to talk about is Dora Ladon.
Yes. This was one of the ones I had to look up.
Snizzard. Yeah,
Snizzard.
So you and I were talking about the myth that goes along with Ladon. Do you want to tell the listeners with attitude that the myth that goes along with it?
Yep. Because they adapt this myth to a certain extent in the backstory here, but Ladon is a dragon in Greek mythology who guarded apples in the garden of Hesperides. I hope I said that right. So it's where the golden apples are that grant long life and all of that sort of stuff. So it's the serpent that guards that, which they actually do in this, because we find there's a backstory where that's exactly what he did. There was another kingdom in prehistoric times, and he actually went. It's almost like he's the serpent in the garden, like he goes there and he just, I think he ravaged that place with the tree and destroyed it, and it, that kingdom ended up falling. And that also explains why he's an archer. And they do the William Tell thing where because I think that's when it's revealed that May was the princess from that kingdom, because she's the one who has to stop him with her bow and arrow.
So it wasn't Dora Guzzler, it was Dora Ladon. That was the episode.
Was that right?
I think we said it.
Oh,
I think
okay, maybe it was Guzzler.
Because Dora Guzzler was the pitcher plant.
That's right. Right. Yeah, who has some connections to the ancient past. But I know that the episode with Ladon was a big focus episode for May.
Right.
Anyway, the next one that I wanted to mention, and I think he's on your list too, this is the one that it's kind of a cheat because it's basically three monsters.
Dora Frank,
who becomes Zombie Frank and Satan Frank.
So who knew that the one of the campiest monsters in Power Rangers would end up being one of the most powerful monsters in Zyuranger?
Yep, as we talked about in our Halloween special last year.
Yes.
So this is Frankenstein, and he has three forms, which were made into three different monsters in Power Rangers, and they had to do some additional kind of special effects work to get around the fact that in Zyuranger, when he gets hit with the drill finishing move, he explodes into another monster. But each of the forms just gets more and more terrifying. And the reason the last one is called Satan Frank is because Satan gives him some more power and kind of merges with him. And he does merge with him. That was a crazy set of episodes. And in Power Rangers, they made all of those into separate episodes. Like, it's just his first appearance is like, it's just the Halloween episode.
It's just
the next
yeah, it's just
episode where they
Halloween
have to go get weapons to fight him. That became Gung Ho, which is completely isolated from the rest of that story.
That's a two-parter where what is the monster in Power Rangers?
In Gung Ho, they were fighting the super putties in that
right.
one.
They were fighting the super. I'm talking about Zombie Frank, the Mutitis. Mutitis. Yeah, it was Mutitis. That was a two-parter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, like I said, first off, it starts off as Frankenstein, and then each one gets progressively more horrifying. And the transformation from Dora Frank to Zombie Frank is good.
Unsettling.
It's very unsettling. Zombie Frank looks like Nemesis from Resident Evil.
Well, because the whole premise, like a lot like what it was in Power Rangers, is he's made from a specific type of clay that can't be destroyed.
Right. Which was a big plot point when you had the episode where May and Boy wanted to get jobs. Because it was under the restaurant where they were trying to work.
Right.
Which is one of the things that is markedly different between this and Power Rangers, is we see a lot more on the ground stuff with the civilians who are running and barely surviving. A lot more collateral damage.
Right.
Because, warehouse district.
So you'll notice that the monsters of the week that I'm picking aren't necessarily like my favorite monsters from MMPR, but I'm trying to pick ones with like really deep Western mythology connections or just mythological connections. So the next one that I picked was Dora Narcissus or Dora Narcissus. Yeah. So so give us the backstory of Narcissus.
Narcissus was a figure in Greek mythology who thought himself so handsome that he would admire his reflection everywhere, and famously was admiring his reflection in a lake, and then he fell in and drowned. It's where we get the word narcissist or narcissism. But who was it in Power Rangers?
Octoplant.
It was Octoplant. Yeah, they lashed onto the plant part in Power Rangers
because he was in Zyuranger he's male. In Power Rangers he was female.
Yeah, but he was effeminate. The thing is, he was effeminate, which is a thing in Japan. Like pretty boy, like the pretty boys, the handsome guys, a lot of times are a little effeminate.
Yeah. But they
beat him because he sees his reflection in a glass building. He's like, "Oh my gosh, look at me!" And
I'm so beautiful. I'm so beautiful. And Daijujin just says, "So watch."
Wait, he became Ultraman? What?
Wait, hang on. Wrong franchise.
We just saw Shin Ultraman this week, people.
Yes. So what else was on your list?
The last one I had on my list is our final boss, Dora Talos.
Talos is on my list too, but I have some more that I was going to highlight.
Which is funny because that's a Greek thing that they switched to another Greek thing in Power Rangers because he's Cyclopsis. It just kind of cracks me up. I guess they're like, kids will kind of know who a Cyclops is, but maybe not Talos. But if you're a fan of Greek mythology or even just Ray Harryhausen movies, you'll know the name Talos. It is a giant from the movie Jason and the Argonauts. It's a golden giant. Yeah. Oh no, excuse me, bronze. It's a bronze giant who defended the island of Crete. But I'm guessing Saban looked at that and was like, well, it's kind of got one eye. Sort of. So we'll call him Cyclopsis.
There is a Cyclops because he's the one that can shapeshift and become different.
Oh yeah, but no, he's called not Mirage.
No, it's not Mirage, and it's not.
No,
Argus.
it is Gansaku.
Gansaku, yeah.
Dora Gansaku, which is the Japanese word for fake.
Yes.
But he is technically a Cyclops. I think they called him. Didn't they call him Cyclops in Power Rangers?
Yes. Yeah, he was Cyclops.
Yep, he
in
was
college.
Cyclops. So we have Cyclops and Cyclopsis. So they did
Yes.
kind of keep it. So it's funny how
A
that
little
all
bit, yeah.
shakes out. But
A
anyway,
little bit.
that's all the ones
So-
I was going to highlight.
I'm gonna do two more. I know we could go all. I could go all day because a lot of these monsters have such deep connection that have such deep, like, mythological connections that got vastly recontextualized for Power Rangers. But one of the sillier monsters from Power Rangers that actually has some mythological connections is Dora Cockatrice. And if anyone doesn't know what
Cockatrice, yeah.
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know what a cockatrice is, a cockatrice is a mythical beast, essentially a two-legged dragon, or serpent-like creature with a rooster's neck, described by Lawrence Breyer as an ornament in the drama and poetry of the Elizabethans.
Mhm.
So it's just a mythological beast that was
that's like half lizard, half chicken.
Yeah, something like that. Like,
That's why it's called cockatrice.
Yeah, so all of that got recontextualized
As chunky chicken.
as chunky chicken
With the scissors. Yeah, the scissors.
because that's what you do.
That's what you do.
do.
I take it back. I do want to highlight one more because I will be talking about it a bit in the awards, and that's Dora Antaeus.
Dora on
Which is actually from my favorite episode of the show.
Wait, Dora Antaeus. That's not what became Hatchosaurus, was it?
It is Hatchosaurus.
Was it Hatchosaurus? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The episode is just really great, and the way he's utilized is great in that episode, which again we'll talk about in the awards. But he is a giant from Greek mythology who could keep coming back to life so long as his body touched the ground.
Right.
And it's a great design too. And according to this, that is the only Zyuranger suit that has survived into modern times. The rest of them were destroyed or decayed over time, or they got disassembled and used for other monsters. But this one's still around.
Interesting. So one more. I'm gonna do one more. There's so many of these I could do, and I have a question for you.
What's
I have
that?
a question. Do you think that, and this is more of a Japanese cultural connection, but Dora Tortoise with the
tortoise or
Shell Shock.
or Shell Shock. Yeah.
Shell Shock, yeah.
Traffic
with
light
the-
turtle.
With the traffic light. Yeah, with the traffic light. And we've talked this, it's not necessarily on this podcast, but on other podcasts you and I have been a part of. We've talked about like traffic lights and traffic issues being a big deal in Japan. Like, look at Godzilla's Revenge. With the little yellow hats. I think they're yellow.
Even Kamen Rider technically comes out of it because motorcycles were getting popular, not because they were a luxury item that made you look cool. It was because cities were so congested people needed
it was
something that was
yeah.
compact and fast to get to where they needed to go. So that's why they started. That's why motorcycles got popular.
So I feel like Dora Tortoise has some cultural connections with Japan.
Right. Also, there's some cultural significance with turtles. You know, with the tortoise. A lot of it has to do with the Chinese zodiac. With that, the four, I think it's the four guardians. I did a whole thing. Like, this is big with Gamera. Like, this is a huge influence on
go
Gamera.
listen to you're about
go
to
listen to
you're
my
about ready to
episode of
say
the
go
Film
listen to my
Vault.
Gamera. Yeah, go listen to my episode on Gamera. That's what you're getting ready to say.
Yeah, it was basically the Gamera 3 specifically, and you'll hear all about it. But yeah, there's some cultural significance with tortoises. Right. But the traffic light thing is also part of it. But anyway, now we need to talk about our mecha. They're not Zords, they are mecha. I once again want to say that I love how beautifully simple this is. You get 7, and that's all you need.
That's it. That's all you got.
And it's wonderful.
Not 22, not 20 freaking 2.
Yeah. 7. And it's beautiful. It's just
7.
beautiful.
7.
Anyway.
7. Okay. We're getting.
Go watch Ultraman, people. Anyway. So, obviously, but, so we have the Tyrannosaurus. The names are a little bit different here. So we have the Tyrannosaurus, the Zoo Mammoth, the Triceratops, Saber Tiger, And then it's a pteranodon, not a pterodactyl. I'm sure there are some pedantic paleontologists who would argue with us about this because I'm like, I know there's a difference, but I don't know what the difference is. I'm sorry. And then they become, well, then they can make, they call it Beast Tank Dino Tanker. Or they can, well, then there's another combination we'll talk about here in a second, which then become not the Megazord, but wait, I got the full name here. Zyute Gatai Zyute Daijuzen.
Mhm.
And then once we bring in...
I think it translates to Beast God
Daijuzen.
Daijuzen, yeah.
Yeah. And then instead of the Dragon Zord, it is Dragon Caesar, which admittedly is a really cool name.
It is. It's a really good name.
That is a really cool name. And then instead of Titanus, it is Beast Knight God King. That is a ridiculous title, okay? That is so nuts. Beast Knight God King. Okay, God King by itself would be cool. Beast Knight by itself would be cool. But no, you're getting all of them. And that's...
Beast Knight God King, King Brachion.
Brachion. So instead of Titanus. And then they can become, if you take a couple of them, you take, Triceratops, Saber-Tooth Tiger, Mastodon, with Dragon Caesar, and it becomes Shinka Gatai Daijuzen.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of them combined together into Kyōryū Gatai Ultimate Daijuzen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Ultrazord.
Right.
Here's the main thing. It's all the same designs. There are some episodes with more footage of them and all that. The main difference is these things are alive.
They're sentient.
They're sentient. They are not, and they're not just robots. They are said to be gods.
They are beasts. They are guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're animals essentially, but they have thoughts and feelings and when
especially when they combine.
When
like
they
Daijujin
combine,
actually talks to the Rangers and tells them what for at points. He's kind of mean.
I'm just throwing this out here. Daijujin is kind of an ass.
Oh, we should have mentioned that. Well, we'll talk about that with Dragon Caesar, but
I'm just saying.
But yeah. So, but that's the main difference. So the Rangers are actually talking to them, relating to them, which kind of gets hinted at. I know in some like in the Boom Studios comics, and also kind of in Carl's audio drama, because Trini would talk to the saber-toothed tiger, called a kitty.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but it's more like, how guys will talk to their car like the car is alive, kind of personify the car a little bit. I think it's more what it's treated as. Tommy would kind of talk to Dragon Zord, like call it buddy, talk to it like it's alive.
Or he'd call it buddy, old friend.
Yeah. But it's like I said, I think that's more just like, that's just how we'll talk to inanimate objects like they're alive. But in here they are alive. And I want to unpack some more with Dragon Caesar, but that's in the awards, because my favorite episode of this show centers around Dragon Caesar.
Is the saddest episode of this show.
I mean, we didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about. Well, we can talk about it when we get to there. But let's just say things like Barai's death hit a little bit differently.
They're a little different
after JDF's death, which is really weird, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But anyway, so it's just interesting that, these are living things and they talk to the Rangers, and King Brachion spends a lot of his time incubating dinosaur eggs.
I think it adds it does add a different but an interesting layer to these to what we're watching. What? And they're not, because these creatures are not, because in Power Rangers the Zords are essentially just tools. Right. Here they're partners. They're living creatures. They're gods, like we talked about.
Well, and this is probably the most Japanese thing in this show. For a show that's very Western in its mythology, this is the most Japanese thing here, because the native religion of Japan is Shintoism, and to put it over simply, again, go listen to. I did an episode about this on the Film Vault. I think it's like episode 24 or something like that. It's one of the Daimajin movies. Can't remember if it's. I think it's Return of Daimajin. The Shintoism, to put it succinctly, one of its tenets basically says that everything has a soul, everything has a spirit within it. So that's why in a lot of Japanese science fiction, they don't quite have the fear of the machine that Westerners do. It's because they see machines as being living things in to a certain extent. If you actually, depending on how much they buy into Shintoism.
Right.
So it makes sense that they would do that here. Now, not every mecha in Sentai does this. I think actually, did we say like this was the first time I think they did that? Actually,
sometimes they're just simply robos.
They're just robots. Yeah, that's the closest thing to a broad term for these things. Because Power Rangers, obviously, they're all of the big robots are branded Zords. But in Sentai, they don't really do that. I know you said that they called them robos for a while, but it's not consistent.
Well, to give an example, the Turbo Megazord is the VR. I think it's the VRV Robo. No, that's a different one, but it's still Car Ranger. It's VRV Robo. It's not the Turbo Megazord. It's the Rescue Megazord. That's what it is.
Right.
The VRV Robo. I can't remember what the full name for the Turbo Megazord in Car Ranger is, but it's something Robo.
Right. But all that to say, the fact that these things are alive does create a different dynamic because the Rangers relate to them as beings as opposed to tools.
It's such an interesting thing to where, like, and this will come up later when I get to my awards, but when you've got Geki versus Barai and Geki has Barai beaten, you've got Daijujin saying, kill him, essentially saying, kill him, finish him off, Geki. Finish him off. Yeah.
And then Geki says, no, I won't. And then Daijujin's like, okay, you make sense. So yeah, like I said, very different dynamic, and they had to edit around that pretty hard in Power Rangers.
I think one of my favorite shots. This didn't make it into the awards, but one of my favorite shots is that first episode where you get to see Daijujin, whatever, however you say it. But it's just him buried underground. I think that is a really great effect.
That is a really great effect that didn't make it into Power Rangers, but good Lord, that was dark. That was Geki having an apocalyptic dream early.
That was so dark. It's just Geki by himself, and he's looking around at the bones and remains of his teammates.
Right. Yeah. Zyuranger will go hard.
I think I said this to you and our friend Danny. I said, I forgot how hard Zyuranger got.
Yeah, Zyuranger went pretty hard sometimes. It was kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Which oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, do you have anything else to say?
Not about this. I want to get into our next section.
All right, here's where we're experimenting.
We're
replacing. Yeah. I don't know how everyone's going to feel about it, but we're replacing the thematic discussion with a couple of other segments. One that we're stealing from the Monster Island Film Vault, we're calling the Toku topic, and then we're also going to do who did it better.
Right.
Talking about the comparisons here. So the reason we're doing this is because for one thing, we don't just want to recycle the same themes because it would be easy with Sentai to get into some of the same themes. We toyed with responsibility with this one.
Right. Because some of these themes, like for instance, like I don't know if we have never talked about responsibility for Power Rangers. We could have. But when we get into something like oh shoot, what is it? Go 5. Service and duty. service and duty is a theme of Go-Go 5 as well.
Right. Right.
So
So it's like I said, we're going to experiment a little bit here. So since we've been hinting at it a lot already, so the westernization of Japan. And I bring that up because like I said, I was surprised how much Western influence was in this one because I'm used to Sentai being very culturally Japanese. That's coming.
looking at you, Kaku Ranger.
Yeah, looking at you, Kaku Ranger. But so that's coming. And I find it fascinating because Japan is a bit unique in this regard because Japan's an island nation. So it's a little more cut off from the rest of the world by definition. And because of that, its culture for centuries was able to develop pretty independent of outside influence. So, which is why even to this day, Japan is actually very homogenous as a culture. It's very difficult to immigrate to Japan. Very difficult. They don't take in a lot of immigrants. And they take a lot of pride in the fact that they are a homogenous culture. There's a lot that could be said about that, but we're not going to do about that. I'm here to talk about a little bit about the history of that. Sure. But as time has gone on, outside influence, specifically Western influence, has come in. And when I was thinking back on this, I can think of basically 3 important historical moments, I would say, where these happened. The first one, and I'm only going to talk about it briefly here, and that is when the outside world did make contact with Japan. Specifically, when did Europe find Japan? And that was in 1543. And it happened by accident. It was the Portuguese. So there were some Portuguese merchants who were on a Chinese ship because they found China first, obviously, because it's on the mainland. It's on mainland Asia. And they got blown off course and they landed on, hope I say this right, Tanegamashima, which is south of Kyushu. And then 6 years later, the first Christian missionaries came to Japan. And then for what followed was what historians call Japan's Christian century. So for about 100 years, there was some Christian dominance there while the missionaries were spreading the faith. But the funny thing is despite that, less than 1% of Japanese people identify as Christian now.
Sure.
So these Portuguese men, they got to Tanegashima. They also brought guns to Japan. They didn't know what firearms were until this happened. They had bows and arrows and swords before this. And let me see. So that's all the important stuff to remember on that. So they were introduced to the outside world, and the outside world found Japan. And then I'll just to mention in brief, the first Christian missionary to Japan was a fella named Francis Xavier. And if you want to learn more about this, go check out MIFE episode 22 on Daimajin, which is a period piece with a giant statue monster. Now, the thing is that despite that, there wasn't all that much change or Western influence for about 300 years when the Tokugawa shogunate ruled the country. So there was a span of a couple hundred years where the emperor was still around, but the emperor was not the dominant power. The shoguns, the warlords, ruled Japan. And then you have what's called the Meiji era. So the way that the Japanese calendar typically works is they break it up by the reigns of the emperors. So that's why you see, you hear like like if you're a Godzilla fan or a Tokusatsu fan, you hear the Showa era, the Heisei era. That's
right.
how that's what
we're currently in the
Reiwa.
We're currently in the Reiwa era. Yeah.
Right. These are the posthumous names that they give to the emperors. So the Meiji era, if you're a fan of the manga / anime and now live action movies, Kenshin, they take place early on in the Meiji era. So Emperor Meiji, or if you've seen the Last Samurai, that takes place in the Meiji era. In fact, you even meet, they don't call him Emperor Meiji, but it is Emperor Meiji. But they go to meet the Emperor of Japan, but it is Emperor Meiji. So that was from 1852 to 1912. And this is is considered to be the greatest era of change in Japan. So they said from the start, so from about 1853, so the start of Emperor Meiji's reign to about 1900, they said Japan changed more in those 4.5 decades than it did in the 300 years before this. It was radical.
Right.
So let me see. And the reason they were doing this is because Emperor Meiji he equated westernization with modernization. Yeah, and he was doing it because he wanted to reverse some of the unfair treaties that the West had signed with them at the time. And show that Japan was not a backward country. So it was a little bit of it was a pride thing in large part. And he also wanted to make sure that Japan could compete with the rest of the world. And this all started because of a big event, and I could do a whole presentation just on this. It was in 1953 was the coming of Commodore Matthew Perry. It's when the black ships, if you've probably heard the term black ships, the coming of the black ships.
I think I've heard you talk. Excuse me. I've heard you discuss the black ships on your podcast, and I've heard other podcasts talk about the black ships.
Yeah, that's a huge moment. Like I said, that's when that was basically the second major arrival of Europeans and outsiders to Japan, and it's considered one of the great turning points in Japanese history. That could be a whole discussion unto itself. Yeah, and they also wanted to, like I said, they wanted to impress the rest of the world that they could be an equal partner with all of the foreigners. So one of the things that definitely needs to be mentioned is that this is the time when Western books were brought over to Japan and translated. So I'm guessing this is when the Greek myths and the fairy tales and all the European fairy tales were coming over, and Japanese people were reading.
I was going to ask, do we know what some of the earliest books?
That I don't know from the quick research that I did. But the other thing that goes along with that is they also brought in foreigners to teach at the schools.
Okay.
So that contributed to it as well. Yeah, it says 3,000 foreign teachers and technicians were invited to Japan between 1868 and 1890.
Okay.
So which is another thing, like every facet of Japanese life changed during this. The education system was part of it as well. Clothing changed throughout this. They started wearing more Western style clothing. They weren't wearing ceremonial robes anymore. So they substituted them with Western dress. And the emperor even appeared in public wearing Western clothing in 1870. And the top knot, that the famous Japanese haircut, that started getting phased out around this time.
Oh, the one that is that the one
top knot
that you see that you see a lot of samurai.
Yeah.
Okay.
The samurai were basically phased out over the first couple decades of this time. By the 1880s, they were basically gone. Which is what the movie The Last Samurai touches on that, because there were some that held out for a while, but by the 1880s, they were basically gone. Like the government started taxing the stipends that they paid them. And eventually phased them out. They started switching over to a more Western style military with conscription and all that sort of stuff, especially with the greater use of firearms, especially at this time. The samurai armor just can't stand up to firearms because samurai armor is made out of wood. Firearms just go straight through it. Does nothing. And also Western features were added to houses. Like before this, Japanese houses had dirt floors, but at this time gave them wooden floors, and they had kerosene lamps, and those together made Japanese houses more sanitary.
Oh, okay.
So you didn't have a dirt floor all the time, and with the greater illumination, they could be like, "Oh yeah, my house is a mess. I should clean it." And
there's actually dirt over there.
And I actually jotted this note down just for you, Michael. Beer was first brewed in Japan in the 1870s.
You know me so well.
I do,
You know.
but it was initially brewed by foreigners in Yokohama, and
Interesting.
that operation eventually became became Japan's famous beer company, Kirin Beer. That's how Kirin
Oh,
Beer started.
we know Kieran Beer because of that scene from
Gamera 2.
Gamera 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gamera 2. We're going back to Gamera a lot this episode.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then, like I said, there was some, they created what it's called, the Mambusho. I hope I said that right. In 1871, which was the Fundamental Code of Education.
Mm.
I guess so. Control system of private elements. Basically, it's like the Department of Education.
Right. Yeah, it's our
And
department.
at that point, school attendance became compulsory, regardless of age or gender. And then by 1900, education became free, and it shifted from being utilitarian to nativist. So things like loyalty to the emperor was heavily stressed at this point, which explains how World War II happened in large part. Because that was, so they were really ingraining in there. So like the state schools were telling you be loyal to the state because the emperor is divine,
Right.
essentially.
Now,
so even though the samurai went away, there was still that samurai ethos that still persisted throughout the culture.
So Japan doesn't have an emperor now, do they?
They have an emperor, but I'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
I'll explain what that by that in a moment. Because the Meiji era is where most of the changes happen, and the Meiji era stuff I'm giving you is the most recent research that I did brand new for this, because I haven't done a lot on the Meiji era so far on the Film Vault. But anyway, I'll explain that in a second here. The press grew more in this, and it was more, and it was very Western style. And they brought in the printing press as well. And again, that helped to propagate Western knowledge and literature, going back to what we've been talking about here. And it made it possible to have books and newspapers and magazines. Oil painting showed up here in Japan around this time. It was it said that a couple of oil painting practitioners included was it Kawakami Togai and Takahashi Yuichi. And Van Gogh even organized an exhibition in Japan of Japanese prints at this time that he referred to as his Japan. Oh, and a lot of Western sports came over here for the first time. Baseball, cricket, football, soccer. Stuff like that. Baseball's huge in Japan.
Baseball's a big deal there. Yeah.
It is a big deal. Yeah. It is a huge deal over there. So a lot of that stuff was coming over as well. Japan, I mentioned it a little bit already. It was at this time that they made a centralized tax code. It was during this time. And Japan became more industrial. This is also around the time of the Industrial Revolution. So they were experiencing in here as well. And that in turn led to migration to Japanese cities. So Japan was becoming more urban. Again, that was pretty true across the board with the Industrial Revolution at the time. And this is also when a lot of Japanese people moved overseas to South America and Hawaii.
Right. There's a big Japanese population, as pointed out by our friend Jeff Gomez on last night's podcast.
When we did the live stream.
There's a big Japanese population in Hawaii.
Right.
When I was over there, a few years ago for vacation, and there's a lot of Asian, specifically Japanese influence in Hawaii.
Right. And that's why a lot of Japanese television, like Tokusatsu, aired in Hawaii and not anywhere else in America, because people wanted to see stuff from the home country. Same thing with California. There were some UHF channels in California because there was a Japanese population there.
Yeah, I think it's our friend Damon.
Damon talked about that.
He's from the Northwest, but I think he
grew up in California.
Grew up in California, so he got to see all of that stuff.
Right. Right. And it was also at this time the Meiji authorities proclaimed freedom in commerce, and they abolished the guild monopolies, and which allowed samurai, while they were still existed, to engage in trade.
Mm.
And then 1882, they started enacting criminal codes that were more Western in style, specifically the Napoleonic model that was implemented by a French advisor. I hope I say his name right here. Gustave Emile Boissonade. My French is pretty terrible, unfortunately. And this ended torture and introduced public trials. So think about that. They didn't have public trials before this. And also samurai, up until they were abolished, they were authorized. They actually had authorization to execute peasants whenever they felt like it.
It was very wild. It was very Wild
It was
West.
very Wild West. Yeah. No wonder samurai get equated to cowboys by the Japanese, right?
Mhm.
Right. And then in 1898, they introduced what was called kenri, which is private property ownership. Private property did not exist in Japan until 1898 because it was a feudal system.
Right.
1900, they also switched to the Gregorian calendar. Although, because the Japanese dating system goes by the emperor, so it'd be like when Emperor Meiji started, it wouldn't be 1852, it would be Meiji 1. It would go from there. And then his second year
it would so it would just start over whenever
it would start over when the new emperor took over.
Oh, okay.
And when I have been to G-Fest, the Robert Scott Field, because who played M11 and Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, he would act as an interpreter because he lived in Japan for many years and learned the language. And he would actually have to translate for the Japanese guests because they would use the traditional Japanese dating system, and you have to run the math in his head to make sure he got the year right for the Gregorian calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I mentioned what happened with the samurai. And then I would say the next biggest historical moment where Japan became more westernized would be after World War II.
Right.
With
you're
the occupation.
I was gonna say you're talking about after the bomb.
After the bomb, after the war's over, and the Americans occupied the country for about 7 years, 1945 to 1952. And I just made a bullet list of things that happened. There's a lot to go into with this stretch of time. If you want to learn more about it, go listen to MIAV episodes 43 and 47, which are about the original Godzilla and its Americanized counterpart, Godzilla King of the Monsters, 1956. That second one, by the way, features our friend, the littlest gatekeeper himself, Elijah Thomas.
It does.
Of
yes.
Kaiju Conversation.
I've listened to that episode. It's actually a pretty pleasant. It was actually a really good episode. It was very informative.
It was. But a handful of bullet points that I put down here. It wasn't quite as drastic. A lot of drastic things happened to Japan during the war and right at the end of the war and immediately after. But the major things that happened here, in my estimation, I am by no means a historian, was the emperor renounced his divinity on the radio. So this was Emperor Showa or Hirohito. So he went on the radio and said, by the way, I am not a descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu. I am but a mortal human being, which was a huge change for Japan culturally. And this was something that the Americans made him do. Now, they could have executed him as a war criminal, but they didn't. But that's a whole to-do. But that's the big thing that happened. And Japan shifted, because of that, from a monarchy to a democracy. Now, you're asking me, do they still have the emperor? They still have the emperor. It's like the Brits, where they keep the royal family around.
So
it's tradition.
It's like King Charles now. He's just a figurehead.
It's a figurehead.
He doesn't really have. I don't know how the monarchy actually works. So I'm just loose. I'm basing this loose on what loose knowledge I have. The king doesn't necessarily have power if that's parliament, but he has influence.
Yeah, or the prime minister is the real leader of Great Britain now.
Right.
But so the way it was described, and this was by General Douglas MacArthur, who ran the occupation. He said the emperor would reign but not rule. And they did that because they knew if they did, even though they had grounds for it, if they executed the emperor as a war criminal, the Japanese would not have taken that well. It would have been
Right.
seen as an affront to their country, to their culture, and that would have made the occupation a very
Abundantly more
troublesome for them
difficult.
to say. Yeah, a lot more
Abundantly more
difficult,
difficult.
infinitely more difficult. And also, the self-defense forces, or the SDF, were established in, I'm trying to remember if it was, I'm trying to remember if it was 54. I think it was 1954 because it was this. I think because it was the same year as the first Godzilla film, and they were established then. But it goes back to they got a new constitution that has, among other things, what's called Article 9, where that says that they as a nation renounce war, and the only reason they have the SDF is because they kind of did it through a loophole, because the SDF it's a military, but it exists because they basically said, "Oh, it's a police force," because they can't technically have a military.
Isn't it essentially like similar to our National Guard? It's
To a
not
certain extent, but
it's not full blown military, but it's also not it's a step above a police force.
yeah, basically, because they technically can't operate a full-fledged military. Now, that is something that, and because of this, there's a big pacifism streak in Japanese culture, although present day Japan is trying to shift away from that. And there's a lot of reasons for that, because they have a lot of neighbors who don't like them and are causing them problems, namely North Korea and China. So they're like, we need to have a bigger military. We need to revise Article 9.
Right.
Because right now, the SDF handles domestic threats. So things like natural disasters and things like that, they handle that. And if they were ever, say they were ever attacked from outside, the SDF would handle that, but it would also, well, more like they just do policing. If they were ever attacked, they would have to rely on the Americans to come in and help them.
Right. I have a
Yeah.
question. And I know this might be jumping ahead, but when was the pop cultural shift in Japan from that leans a little bit more towards Western culture?
60s.
60s? Okay.
60s is when I would say, near as I can tell, that's when it started.
Gotcha.
It started in there, and I would say it started around that time. Western movies started becoming more popular in the 60s, which accounts for things like why the Godzilla movies were eventually discontinued, because they just weren't making as much money. The Japanese film industry crashed in 1970, but that's a whole thing.
And I'm just sitting here processing, like talking about the westernization of Japan. I just find it like really interesting that we're talking about Zyuranger and they're using very Western motifs.
Yes.
That got adapted to Power Rangers, a very Western property. And it just makes me wonder, and we could probably get to this later when we talk about who did it better, but it just makes me wonder why Power Rangers didn't lean more into those mythologies.
I know. I was a little surprised by that. I mean, season 2, it makes sense because Die Ranger is it's the Chinese. We'll get to it more in that episode,
Chinese
but it's
Zodiac,
the Chinese Zodiac. So, so that's foreign to the United States as well, or to the West, I should say. I only have a couple more quick bullet points, and then we can get to who did it better. Sure. So the other major change that came about with this is courtship practices changed. Now, there was already a little bit of a shift, I think, before this, but after the war and the occupation, it really shifted hard. And they went from a more traditional, more of an arranged marriage, and marriage as duty, or strictly as duty, I should say, to Western style dating, because they picked that up actually from the American soldiers who were serving during the occupation, which is why the original, I don't want to tangent too much about this, but that's one of the things that makes the original Godzilla film fascinating, because there's a love triangle in that, where you have two young people who are taking that very Western, very modern, because it's the mid 50s, very modern take on relationships where they are courting. They are choosing to date each other, and with the intention, I'm guessing, of getting married. But the girl is also in an arranged courtship to marry another guy that was set up by her parents, and his parents as well, I'm guessing. So she's caught between these two traditions, and it helps to show a Japan in transition, becoming even more modern by 50s standards. But again, that's a whole to-do unto itself. And then related to that, it was actually after the war that women actually gained greater rights and equal rights with men. Before the war, that wasn't quite the case. So Japan was a couple decades behind America in that regard, because like what's the word I'm looking for? Suffragettes. They got voting
the
rights.
suffragettes. That's what it was. That's what it was.
Women were given the right to vote in, I think it was 1919, 1920, somewhere around there.
I want to say 1920. Keep talking. I'm gonna look that up because
I think it was around that time. But like I said, Japan was a couple decades behind on that, and it took the war and all of the changes made by the Americans with their new government system.
It was June 4th, 1919. Yeah.
1919. Yeah. So it took all of that to make that happen. So a lot of these American ideas of democracy and equal rights and all of these things that we've kind of taken for granted, that, because that's what our country was founded upon, those made their way into Japan. And it was done in part to make sure that Japan wouldn't become an imperial power again and start another war, essentially. But, like I said, the occupation is a whole to-do unto itself. And this is neither the time nor place to get into that much detail about it. But it's all of that to say, Western culture didn't make it to Japan until about 150 years ago. And, Zyuranger is just one example of how all of that one of the, I guess you say, the children of that influence, because this whole show is steeped in it. There's there's clearly some Japanese stuff in here as well, but
it's a fairy tale.
Yeah. Very well, and a very Western style fairy tale, like I said.
Right, it's a very Western style fairy tale. It's like Sleeping Beauty or Snow White or shoot, I'm blanking on all the fairy tales now. Daggone it, I'm
Cinderella.
Yeah, Cinderella. Like it's all of those things that I feel like we've taken for granted, but contextualized this way. That was probably that was still a fairly new idea or a fairly new concept for Japan and Sentai.
Yeah. So that's why Zyuranger fascinates me. And the more I look at it, the more I'm like, you know what? It really does make sense that you would start Power Rangers with this. It already has a strong Western influence, and it did a lot of things first for its franchise that Power Rangers just got in on the ground floor with it.
Sure.
It just makes, and the increasing popularity of dinosaurs at the time, thanks to Jurassic Park, it just all makes sense. So it's like, I think we did talk about this in those early episodes, like just all the right things just coalesced. It was the right thing at the right time.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, now we need to ask a very important question, and hopefully we don't go on for another 3 hours about this. But who did it better? Zyuranger or Mighty Morphin Season 1? And then we get to the awards, where I will unpack some more of my thoughts on
my heart. You already know what my heart wants to say.
Your heart belongs to Mighty Morphin. We know this.
My heart belongs to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yes, quite. But like I said at the top of the show, they're just different.
Yeah, because it's so funny, because as campy as MMPR Season 1 gets, Zyuranger's pretty campy too. It just looks different. Zyuranger's flat out insane at points. I mean, two old men chasing a child with machine guns and shooting at him too, I might add.
Right. So, okay. So I will give Zyuranger the edge on not giving a flying, and I will give Power Rangers, I will give Mighty Morphin the edge for taking all of that weirdness and condensing it down in a way that created the icon, that made it palatable for kids here in America to watch. Because to a degree, and you and I have had this conversation privately, but to a degree, yes, Zyuranger is a very westernized, is a very Western feeling show with all of its myths and its legends and things. But I still don't think that it would have translated well to the demographic that Saban was pointing the show towards.
Right. There's differences in sensibilities that just wasn't going to quite translate. And like I said, I give the show credit. Yeah, they didn't kill Tommy, but they still wanted to account for the Sentai footage that they were using. So they came up with, I think, a reasonable way to adapt it by just saying he's losing his powers. I forget that. I know Carl, during one of our live streams with Kim, I think, talked about that, and he had an idea for how they could have done it, or how he wished they could have done it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly what he said.
I don't remember.
I don't remember, but Carl, if you're listening, please let us know.
I'm really hesitant to say. I'm really just hesitant to say of who, because I'm going to ultimately answer the question. I'm going to answer the damn question. I know, but but they're just different. And I was one of those fans that said, "Oh, Power Rangers is vastly better than Zyuranger or Super Sentai." And then I actually watched Super Sentai. I'm like, "Holy crap. This is weird, but still really good." It's really weird and it's very Japanese, but it's still really good.
Right. Obviously Zyuranger can do things and go places that Power Rangers can't.
It can get away with a lot.
Zyuranger can get away with more, but I don't know if that necessarily equals quality, because like I pointed out here, Zyuranger's not perfect. It's got issues.
No.
The issues look a little different than Power Rangers season 1, but it has them. The show's insane, and the one thing that I will knock against it is that Zyuranger was a little too fond of Deus Ex Machinas. And sometimes they made sense, and sometimes I was okay with it. I was like, okay, fine. I'm okay with it here, but it kept happening. In large part because Daijuzan is a god, essentially. So sometimes it'll just be like, oh, and then the god or gods interfered and gave us what we needed to fix the problem. And I'm like, you're doing this a little too much. And maybe it's a cultural difference. Obviously, Deus Ex Machina comes from Greek plays. It means God out of the machine, when the Greek gods in these plays would just show up and fix everything. That's the long and short of it for the origin of that term, but it's generally frowned upon now in writing circles, unless you can really justify it. And a lot of times in Zyuranger, I just couldn't go along with it. Especially at the end. So that's one thing I have to knock Zyuranger for.
Would you
MMPR didn't do that?
You say that MMPR just kind of took all the madness and the inconsistent, and took all the madness of Zyuranger and just worked really hard to just distill it down to the basic, this is what this show is about? Like, it got to instead of all the extra stuff, it got to the heart of the matter.
I would say so.
A lot.
I think
quicker.
a lot of it did that. And Zyuranger feels a little bit kind of flying by the seat of their pants a little bit at points.
A little.
They have some just sometimes the way that they set up the episodes as they're coming, they feel a little bipolar. I mean, you go from some of the saddest stuff. well, not saddest, but like some of the most intense stuff, like all the stuff with Die Satan. And then after they finished wrapping all of those up with some horrifying monsters with Dora Frank mutating and all of that sort of stuff. And then after that, it's a silly episode where Boy tries to join a ninja school. And it's play for laughs. And it's just like, okay, that's it's a little bipolar.
So I will.
The tone of the show is a
will-
little inconsistent. Power Rangers was more consistent.
I will say, yeah, I was gonna say that the Power Rangers is more tonally consistent.
Right.
It was more tonally consistent.
Right. And then
I don't
some
know,
of the
it's-
things that I would compare and contrast boil down to personal taste. So it's hard for me to just
Yeah.
assign quality to that.
Mm.
You know, so it's just, I don't know. And even though the premise of Power Rangers is simpler, it still uses that premise as opposed to what I think is some missed potential with these fish, what should have been these fish out of water characters waking up in a completely different world 170 million years later. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't feel like they had to do that because it's part of the whole fairy tale motif, but I don't know. Some of these things I'm still trying to process. So
I might be showing my bias here, but I'm inclined to say that the MMPR did it better, just because it was able to take all of this weirdness and distill it down to its basic, into the very like basic. It's a team of superheroes fighting a witch. I don't think that it was necessary to have all of the explanation of why these monsters exist. There's Dora Cersei, which is Pudgy Pig. Like, I don't think that kids really cared. All they cared about was it's a giant pig head.
Right.
It's a giant pig monster,
hate me if you want, but I think I'm going to come out on Zyuranger, not by a whole lot, but I do think that Zyuranger was better at really making some dire odds for our heroes. And I think the mythology is a bit more consistent compared to Mighty Morphin. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers in general got better as time went on with some massive drops here and there. But yeah, I think I'm going to give the edge to Zyuranger, but like I said, not by a whole lot, because Zyuranger's got some pretty prominent issues.
I'm honestly, too, though, I'm honestly willing to give the edge to MMPR because of Zhu 2. Because of those because of those extra like 20 episodes.
A lot of which had new footage that was made in Japan exclusively for them.
Right.
So
it's more like Power Ranger, like MMPR is kind of like the extended cut of Zyuranger, which is going to be blasphemy to a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure it would sound like blasphemy.
It's going to be blasphemy to a lot of people because Zyuranger and MMPR mirror each other so closely in a lot of ways. Not in every way, but in a lot of ways they mirror each other. Power Rangers expanded on that because of its popularity. It could have easily just ended the show with Cyclopsis and Doomsday and been done with it. That would have been a fine finale. I think it would have been okay, but it's like the director's cut. Like those extra episodes feel like a director's cut.
Right. I think it might have stretched the season out a little much, but what do I know? 60 episodes is a lot. Come on.
It is, but this is the only season that does that. Every other season we'll watch after this, sticks with the finales of each of these seasons are very similar, except for Countdown to Destruction and things like that. So
but it ended up being more difficult for me to pick one or over the other than I. This
is hard. This is really hard because
it really is.
Like I said,
and it's going to be. I think it's honestly going to be harder for the next couple of episodes because so much less of the next two Sentais actually gets used. Especially Die Ranger. It's going to be really hard to gauge Die Ranger against Mighty Morphin Season 2
because they're two totally different shows.
Yeah. they're almost completely different. So I don't know how we're.
And then you got season 3, which is a completely different show than Kaku.
Until kind of the last, until kind of Alien Rangers, but
yeah,
it's I just prepare yourself for the next 2 to be really hard. Once we get to O Ranger, it'll be easier.
It'll be a little easier. It'll be a little, because I already know where I'm going to land on that. So
right.
Anyway.
All right, let's get to the awards because we're creeping up to 4 hours.
The awards, which haven't changed a whole lot, honestly, except some of the
borrowed and perfected from Henshin Men, blah blah blah.
Borrowed and confected, blah 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 blah. There's the same. They're they're at their core. They're essentially the same awards.
Which actually reminds me, I should say hello to the Henshin Men listeners because I will be re-uploading this to that feed. Since at this point we're done with Kamen Rider, but I want to keep the feed going because I know there are listeners who would be interested in hearing opinions on Sentai. Just thought I would put that out there.
Okay.
Anyway, first up we have the Power Range of Motion award for the best stunter fight scene. This is the only one whose name we didn't tweak.
Yeah.
Because it's too good. The name is too good.
So for my Power Range of Motion award, I'm going to give it to Geki versus Barai / Tyrannosaurus versus Dragon Caesar, because it's really interesting. Specifically, it's Geki versus Barai in their non-morphed form, in their non-ranger form.
Unmorphed.
It's just unmorphed. It's just Geki versus Barai, and it's a very emotional fight between the two, and it's mirrored by the battle between the Tyrannosaurus and Dragon Caesar.
This is essentially this is the end of that Green Ranger arc, right?
Right. It's the end of the Green Ranger arc. Yeah. So it's like it's the finale. It's the grand finale for this. This is like, and we've seen this in Japanese media before, where it's like
parallelism.
It's parallelism. Yeah. It's like, for the example that's coming to mind right now is Godzilla Final Wars. Godzilla versus Monster X, and in the background, but in the foreground, it's the controller versus who's the main
I can't remember his name, but our main character,
our main protagonist in Final Wars. So it's parallelism. It's parallel, whatever.
Yeah,
parallelism. There we go. So that's why I picked it.
Right,
just an interesting. Yeah.
Interestingly, mine also involves Barai. See, one of the things we should mention that we are going to try to do with the Sentai coverage is we're going to try to zero in on things that we didn't see in Power Rangers, or were different enough through context, even if the footage was in Power Rangers, that it's different enough that we think it's worthy of an award here.
Yeah.
So even if there was footage that maybe technically was better, but it was in Power Rangers, and we want to highlight Sentai as much Sentai specific things as we can. So this one I find fascinating because it's something Rita Repulsa never really did. We said Bandora got a little more hands-on at points, and this is one of them. She picks a fight with Barai. Rita Repulsa cannot lay claim to getting into direct combat with a Ranger, I think. Zed can.
Zed can. No, Tom. Rita would always just stand on top of something and
yell at people.
Yell at people.
She was good at yelling at the Rangers, but she would never fight them.
Use her wand. It's just, she never got into hand-to-hand combat with anybody.
But she went to the Timeless Room. See, here's the other thing. It's not I think Rita arguably, well, no, not arguably. Rita does win a few times over the course of her time on Power Rangers. But I think Bandora scores a win before she does, by comparison, because she had a whole evil plot where it was all about, I'm going to find the Timeless Room where he's hiding, and I'm going to destroy it. So he'll die in a couple of hours.
And she does.
She is one evil. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah. This is a family show, Nathan.
Yeah, that goes double for you, sir. So she goes so she has this whole plot where she's able to track him when he shows up to help. And then she follows him back, and then she destroys the room, and she picks a fight with him to do it. And he's unmorphed, which is another thing that makes it kind of cool. So it's very emotional, very intense. Like, this unfortunately becomes a little bit of a trend with Zyuranger. There's a lot of intense buildup, and then when you get to the end, it kind of falls flat a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but this was one of those moments where I'm like, holy crap, Rita could never do this. Not at this point in Mighty Morphin's run. So I have to give it credit for that. Like, I considered a lot of things, and there are some exclusive fights in this because they weren't all in costume, but this one ended up winning because it's so unique compared to Mighty Morphin, I think. It's one of the more unique fights in Zyuranger compared to Mighty Morphin.
Right.
All right. Here's the first award that we tweaked a little bit. The Ultra SFX Robo Award. Not Zord. For the best special effect.
This was hard because a lot of the special effects got used.
There are some that didn't.
There are some that did not. And I struggled with this one. But I'm gonna go with the Daijujin in the ground effect.
Right.
Like the scale,
that is really good.
That the scale of that is really well done.
Right. That was one of those ones where like, oh yeah, this show's gonna go hard.
Yeah, and the scene that we're talking about, I think it's like episode 3.
It's really early on too, yeah.
Well, it's really early on, but it's episode like 3 or 4 because they don't get their,
the
beast.
pacing, especially early on, is really different from Rangers because they don't have. I mean, because when they start, they don't have the Zords and they don't have the quote unquote legendary weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Rangers didn't start off with their weapons either. They got the weapons, but they started with the Zords in episode 1.
Right. Yeah.
Right out the gate, they've got the Zords. They get the Zords a little bit later, but even after they get them, they don't combine until even later. So like, I think it takes like all the way up to like episode 6 before you actually get Daijujin.
And for reference, the episode that I'm talking about is episode 6. It's the second part of Scary Riddles called Arise Daijujin.
Yes. And then mine, this is an entire special effects fight scene. This almost got the other award too. That is exclusive to Zyuranger, and it's from my favorite episode, which for those who want to know, it is episode 44. I want to give the episode title here really quick. It is, episode 43. Live Again, Ziosoken. It's basically the epilogue to the Death of Barai storyline.
Yeah.
Which I'm bringing it up because it's going to come up again as we go through these awards. But there is the monster of the week in that one is Dora Antaeus, which we mentioned before, became Hatchosaurus. There's a whole fight scene at the beginning of the episode where Dragon Caesar is wandering around and the Zyurangers tracking down and say, what is he doing? Is he just wandering around because Barai just died? And then they find out, no, he's tracking this monster, trying to find him. And there's a whole fight scene with Dragon Caesar and Daijujin and Dora Antaeus that's not in Power Rangers. And it's very moody. It's at night. It honestly, especially since they're fighting near power lines and things like that, it actually reminded me of a Showa Godzilla film to a certain extent.
A little bit, yeah.
But it also helps.
The way it was, like the lighting and things, it kind of reminded me of. It kind of reminded me of it kind of reminded me of King Kong versus
King
Godzilla,
Kong. Yeah, this is the one I specifically had in mind, and it helps to set up the main conflict in that episode. That being, which we'll address that here in a moment, which is that this is one of the perks of these mecha being alive. Dragon Caesar is mourning the death of Barai.
And he's angry.
So he's acting out a little bit, but it's like, I know there's a monster here and I need to find it.
I know it's almost like I know there's a monster here. I need to find it. I need to hurt something because I'm hurting.
Yeah. And then, so So there's some emotion going on in it, and like I said, it's exclusive to Zyuranger, so it gets a lot of points just for that.
Right.
Yeah, and some great effects. Some of the best effects I think in the whole show.
You know, I was watching this I was watching and thinking about this the other day that like in 1992 when this movie was made, and like specifically with Dragon Caesar and how the tail is always floating.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever see the wires? I never see the wires.
Not really.
I never see the like and what's really funny about that is like around this like in 1992 it was Godzilla versus Mothra Battle for Earth. And you see wires all over that damn movie. Like for this, I don't see any wires at all. Like I don't.
Dragon Zord / Dragon Caesar is still one of my favorite mecha in this franchise.
It's a really good effect.
So good. So good. I mean, Zyuranger just overall is just a really dang good Sentai. You know, not perfect, but it's a dang good Sentai.
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
You know, that Dragon Caesar suit is one of the best things in it. It really is. They struck gold with this design. They really did.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They really
did.
Yeah. All right, absolutely. And now for our next tweaked award, we have Sentai Small Talk. We literally changed these right before we recorded.
We're okay. So I'm just going to throw this out here. I am not completely sold on Sentai Small Talk. If you, the listener with attitude, has a better name, please let us know. We're still workshopping.
Right. Anyway,
you and I are going to have the same. You and I are going to have the same award. It's the same speech.
I do have a runner-up. I'll mention my runner-up first.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
We have the same winner. So, and I think that there's some interesting thematic meat here. It's a Geki line. And it's from one of those goofy dinosaur egg. The whole dinosaur egg subplot. I could have done without it. It barely contributes anything. And when the things finally hatch, those puppets are awful.
They're cute.
They're cute, but they're awful. Me. And they like I said, they contribute almost nothing to the overall story. It's just weird, unless it's supposed to contribute to. It's like I'm Bandora, and my son died, and I hate babies. I couldn't baby dinosaurs. I don't know, but anyway, so they meet up with this tribe, the group of people who were supposed to be taking care of the eggs, and they were cursed to basically have monkey tails. And they lose the eggs again, and Daijujin and the Guardian Beasts are saying that they're very disappointed and they will not they will not undo the curse, and Geki appeals to them like he is Moses on Mount Sinai appealing to the Lord God on behalf of Israel. And he says, "The Guardian Beasts, we are not gods. We make mistakes. We get tricked sometimes too. Isn't it your duty to watch over us with warm hearts?" And it works. They actually undo the curse after that. So Geki's got some powers of persuasion there. But now we have to talk about this one.
but our winning line is
also from Geki.
Is also from Geki, talking to Dragon Caesar after Barai's death.
All right, let me give the context here.
Sure.
If you remember from Power Rangers, this is when, well, I'll just describe what's going on. You'll remember it from Power Rangers. Geki has gone inside Antaeus to get to his heart because they realize we can't kill this thing unless we take out the heart, or in Power Rangers, it was Cardiatron. Yeah. So he's inside of him trying to get to it, but then it turns out, oh, wait, the heart is alive and has tentacles. So he's fighting the heart inside of the monster. And he's trying to call Dragon Caesar for help, but Dragon Caesar got taken out by some Bandora magic because she put basically a binding spell on him, so he can't move. He's lying on the ground right now.
Right.
And then he starts playing the Iziosoken and starts, I guess, speaking to him telepathically or something. I don't care. It's still a cool moment.
Yeah.
Anyway, tell us.
I know my brother isn't here anymore, but he isn't dead. He lives inside your heart and inside my heart too. He wants us to defeat the evil. That's why I'm going to fight. I'll forget about everything and keep fighting until peace comes to the world.
And then that gives Dragon Caesar the the strength to break 3 of the binding spell, and then they go to town on Teus.
Depressed Dragon Zord is one of the saddest things I have ever seen.
Right. I considered that shot because that's exclusive to Zyuranger. Can we park here for a moment?
Yeah, it's hard. Let's park here. It's a heartbreaker.
I told you before we started this, if you thought that some of the things in this show would hit differently because of JDF's death. Because I will admit, even though I'd seen it before, I knew it was coming, and I saw screenshots and GIFs of it.
Yeah.
After JDF's death, I don't know. I'm still trying to process what it is. I get it. Barai is not the same character. The Dragon Ranger is not the Green Ranger. Barai is not Tommy.
Although Mr. Azumi-san saying that, JDF carried the spirit of Dragon Ranger and the spirit of Dragon Ranger will live on, et cetera, like correlating the two, basically making JDF as much a part of the Super Sentai legacy as he was the Power Rangers legacy was what is something that floats around in the back of my mind every now and then. And it was floating around in the back of my mind when I'm watching this episode.
Right. But this whole episode, it's like I said, it's all about Dragon Caesar mourning him. He helps them fight on Teus. He sees the rest of the Zyurangers interacting with their guardian beasts and singing their praises and being very happy with them. And he's just sitting there in the background. And he's like, I have no one.
He just slinks off.
And Geki tries to go talk to him. Geki is a jerk at first. He basically says, get over it.
Just get over it. Suck it up.
Just get over it. Suck it up, Buttercup. We got stuff to do.
Because
he's incredibly insensitive, okay?
because Geki is hurting too.
Yeah, he's mourning his brother's death too. And he's just trying to get over it because he's like, we have stuff we need to do. And that's why this moment hits so hard, because he finally gets it. I mean, and then before this, we had like several scenes that's exclusive special effects footage where it's just Dragon Caesar with these close-ups. He's just mourning.
Yeah.
And, you have the scene that was what I was thinking of. And we talked about this in the live stream that we did for the fundraiser live stream. Dang you, Danny. You just had to post this GIF. I was standing in this facility where I go to donate blood plasma, and I saw it there on my phone, and I'm like, sad Dragon Caesar. And I'm like, I know it's Dragon Caesar, but I can't separate the two in this moment. Seeing that shot of sad Dragon Caesar with all the flowers around him, that's probably the closest I came to crying over the whole thing with JDF. And I couldn't believe how affected I was by it.
And the flower motif came back later on in that episode too.
Right.
With Dragon Caesar seeing Barai, like the ghost of Barai or a vision of Barai in the flowers.
Right. Like I said, I know I'm conflating the two, but it's just seeing something that huge and powerful that for like 20 plus episodes we had just seen just rip into monsters and just go to town on them. Something that formidable and seemingly unstoppable. And I mean, without really crying, he cries over losing his master. I mean, it's like a dog almost after his master dies and he's just alone. But the fact, like I said, is something so huge and powerful. I mean, like, good Lord, I don't know who did the suit acting for that thing, but I hope he got an award. It's not often that I see such an emotional performance from a tokusatsu monster.
I mean, it's
I've been hearing you choke up a little bit. I'm sorry, man.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know, it is what it is. It's gotten easier, but it's never gotten it still happens every now and then.
Right. Right.
Just
And
you know, just seeing that in context of what we've all had to go through in the last couple of months since JDF's passing right before
Right.
Thanksgiving.
Right.
That it just feels different.
It does. Like I said, I know Dragon Zord is not the same as Dragon Caesar. I know Barai is not Tommy, but they're so closely connected that Barai's death, Dragon Caesar mourning,
Well,
it hits differently now. And as weird as it sounds, I'm staring at this line right now in our Google Doc.
Well,
In a way, I almost feel like Geki's talking. He's not just talking to Dragon Caesar. I feel like he's talking to all of us right now.
I think, yeah, that's what I was thinking about too.
I mean, he's
Like
saying he's not gone. Remember him and keep fighting. And I think that's what JDF would want all of us to do.
Yeah. Dragon Caesar,
so melodramatic and sappy, but
Dragon Caesar and Dragon Zord has no master anymore.
Right. I mean, I think we can take comfort in knowing that by the end of this episode, he's Geki and Dragon Caesar have adopted each other.
He has no master, but he has friends.
He has friends. Yeah, like I said, in a way, I almost wish they could have had that in Power Rangers. That would have been so gutsy.
And that would, yeah, that like, but I know why they couldn't have done it. One, it's a kid show. Two, you know,
so Zyuranger apparently, but
Zyuranger, yeah, well, that's different. We can talk about sensibility. We can maybe talk about sensibilities in a later episode. The sensibilities of Japanese kids TV versus the sensibilities of American kids TV.
Right.
Yeah. In the long run, I'm glad they didn't.
Right.
In the short run, you know, it would have made thematic sense, and it would have been a really gutsy thing to do.
It would have been, but I don't think the franchise was ready to do that at that point. No, Sentai had 16 years of experience at that point. More like 17.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
So, you know, they had the advantage there. But yeah, it hits differently.
Anyway,
now. Maybe it shouldn't, but it does.
It does.
And now let's move on to some fun, right?
Yeah. So for our here's another name we changed for our Sentai I can't believe that happened award for the craziest moment. We're still workshopping. Forgive us.
I do have a runner up, and it's something I have this as a runner up. It's technically Power Rangers. But it was something that we overlooked, and I feel like we need to talk about it. So it's kind of a runner-up going all the way back to our first Ranger discussion.
Are you talking about the thing that people are just now finding out about, and every time I see it come across my feed, I'm like, yeah, that actually happened?
Yeah. The giant child. Which in Zyuranger is the whole point of the story. The Sentai Kenny, because what is it? It's Dora, not Dora, but he's a goblin. Is he a goblin?
No, what is it? It wasn't Gnarly Gnome. It was Tickle Sneezer.
Yeah, Tickle Sneezer and Power Rangers. But here it is.
Was he a gnome?
He wasn't a Dora monster.
He was a gnome, maybe?
No, wasn't a gnome.
And now you're going to make me look it up.
Ah, mother. I can't. I don't see it listed under the monster section. It must be.
Dora.
It's not. He's not a Dora monster.
Okay. Well, Tickle Sneezer.
What a name.
We'll just say Mr. Tickle Sneezer. Yes,
Fairy Don Don.
Yeah, Perry Don Don. But
No, Fairy Don Don. Yeah.
Fairy Don Don. Well, so he's
Yeah.
a fairy?
Yeah, he's a fairy. And the whole story, he basically he tries to become tries to join Bandora's gang. She kind of says yes, and then he tries to go fight the Rangers with the jars that miniaturize things, and then he befriends a Sentai Kenny who's being picked on by his mother, and he's upset with his mother, and then they run around and they cause all kinds of trouble, and then frickin' Bandora uses the evil spirits living in the earth to make Don Don and the child gigantic. And they stomp around on the city. So it's this little. So we have the Sentai Kenny running around on the miniature city set. And then they make Daijujin to go take care of this. And there is a shot that still made it into Power Rangers where you see the little kid hiding behind the Megazord while the Megazord is using the jar. And nobody thought to try to crop the kid out. Because he's not supposed to be there. It makes sense. It's still absurd here in Zyuranger, but it's not. He's not supposed to be there in Power Rangers. So it's just. I just wanted to bring that up because we should have talked about that because that is a huge oversight.
I mean, yeah. We've talked about it.
Yeah, but also, like I said, giant child.
So before you give your winner, I'm going to go with the fact that Zyuranger goes so hard that it makes Bandora's eyes bleed.
This is true.
I mean, like we talked about, there's a lot of things that Zyuranger does that they could not get away with over here. And I think that's like, one, praying to Satan. And two, praying so hard to Satan that your eyes start bleeding. That's a little bit too far for an American kids superhero show.
Right. That's pretty insane. Yeah, that's pretty intense. Yeah, to say the least. Okay. Know that I didn't want to have to do this.
Rentmaster activated.
Oh, come on.
I know I didn't want to. I really didn't want to, but the ending of this show drove me a little crazy. I didn't want to. I really wanted to, I really thought I was like, I can get through all of Sentai without hitting that button. And then Zyuranger decided to just be ridiculous with its actual ending. And the build up to it was so good. The build up to it was so good. It was so dire. And the cliffhangers were really good. I really felt the gravity of the whole thing. And then the Zyurangers kill a child. Now, he was an irredeemably evil child who dressed like Vegeta, but he was still a child. Now, they don't do it directly, but they intended to do it directly because they destroy Talos, giving no care that he's in it. And then he dies again in his mother's arms. And then we get the magic tears thing again. Which, again, like I said, Power Rangers stole that later. And then, part of it was because I had built this up in my head. Remember when we did the stream with Kim, and I said that I read that they had a completely different ending for Doomsday, where the Rangers were going to invade Rita's palace? I thought that was going to be Zyuranger footage of them in costume. I'm like, oh man, this is going to be interesting. And they're like, pick a fight with the bad guys in the palace. They go there unmorphed and no fight happens, but I'm like, okay, fine. Maybe they don't morph, but they're going to fight Bandora. She's right there. She's actually going to fight the Rangers, unlike in Power Rangers. No, we don't get that either. And then Daijousen pulls a Deus Ex Machina using a bull rule that no one brought up before that says if a witch cries, she loses her power. When was that a thing? There was nothing to indicate that. And then the whole situation gets deflated when I thought we were going to get this epic fight, even if it was a short one, this epic fight with the Rangers and Bandora. And I was denied that. So that he could just stuff them into, what was it? I forget. What did he stuff them in? It was like a jar or something like that.
Yeah, it was a little. It wasn't the trash can from earlier in the show.
No,
the opener. It was just like a jar. Yeah,
it was like a jar.
Vase.
He just is like, ha, Bandora, you are powerless, and he just magically puts them in there and launches them off into space. And I'm like, you couldn't have done that at any other point in the show. The freaking palace. Well, you weren't woken up again, so okay, I'll grant you that. But still,
right?
Come the frick on! And where did this rule come from? They made this up. They made this up last minute. I don't know why they made it up. Maybe they just like, we need to end the episode. We can't have a fight scene. So the show was going so hard, and then I felt like the last few minutes of it just petered out, and I was disappointed. I expected so much more.
It ends on a kind of a saccharine note too.
A little bit. And then we get the weird thing where Bandora does the song again, but now she's stuck in a jar with everybody. And she's like, I hate kids. And then Lami and Grifferzar come out with their baby, and she suddenly likes babies. I'm just like, total whiplash show. Total whiplash. You know, Doomsday is not a perfect pair of episodes, but I didn't feel as disappointed with the buildup in that one, because the actual ending of Doomsday matched everything else with those two episodes. I expected more from this. Mm-hmm. I really did, because I'm like, this is getting so hardcore. And then, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it. That was a very reluctant rant master. I swear.
You disappoint me, sir. You wound me. You wound me, sir.
I'm sorry. Hopefully I don't.
You fake fan.
Nah. Okay, Elijah.
Anyway.
Hey, Elijah, congratulations on finally graduating high school.
Hey, Elijah, congratulations on finally getting married. If you're listening to this, congratulations on your retirement from whatever job you have right now.
Gatekeepers never retire. What are you talking about?
This is true. This is very true. Anyway, so
by
that
the way,
was our
listeners
awards.
with attitude, I'm sorry if you're confused.
We have a friend. His name is Elijah. It's Kaiju Conversations podcast. Go listen to it. It's actually a really good show. But we pick on each other because he's a little bit opinionated, and some of his opinions are a little bit, we'll say, unfounded.
But he always leads with, before he tells you what his opinions are, he always leads with, well, let me tell you why you're wrong.
So, listeners with attitude, those are our awards, our tweaked awards for this season of the Power Trip. What do you think about them? If you have any feedback, please let us know by sending us a direct message via email or writing us on Twitter, and we will promise to respond. But Nathan, do you know what time it is?
Dino Bakla!
This is the part of the show where in 60 seconds or less, we give our final thoughts on whatever season, or in the case of season 2, whatever season or comic we will be discussing. So
We
Nathan,
didn't do this for the
you
comics.
did we not do this for the comics?
No.
See, okay, you're right.
Anyway, on your mark, get set, go.
Go. I like Zyuranger. I was, again, I'm coming at this as fairly new to Sentai. And
The guy for
Zyuranger-
Sentai.
your guy for Sentai. Maybe that's how I need to open every episode from now
Yeah,
on.
I think you need to. I mean, you just embrace the title at this point.
Just embrace it. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay Key from Toku Toy Town, for that moniker. But I was always the person that was resistant to watching Zyuranger because I didn't want it. I didn't want Mighty Morphin ruined for me.
Right.
Now
and I totally understand that.
And I watch Zyuranger now, and I really appreciate Zyuranger. Zyuranger took some risks that Mighty Morphin did not, and I respect.
Well, I don't know how much of a risk they were for Sentai. They would have been risks for Power Rangers, but
right.
Yeah. But
for Sentai,
in the end,
it was not.
we can't really. It's hard to decide which one you like better. I think really, it's up to you to decide. Just because it boils down to
they're
taste
so
and
incredibly different. They're so
Time.
incredibly different. Damn it! All right, I'm going to adhere to the timer. I'm not going to finish my thought. So there.
Well, we've already basically said a lot of that stuff before. Anyway, just to let everybody know, the next couple of episodes, we have determined what will be our next comic discussion. We will be looking at
talk about Western.
Yeah, we will be talking about the Power Rangers Justice League crossover, which I'll really be in my element there. Not you as much.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, I've read it. I've read the Justice League, the Power Rangers Justice League comic.
Right,
it's good.
But you went into it because you're like, I know who the Power Rangers are, but I don't really know
I don't really know who Brainiac is.
Yeah, I will never forget that because I got that for you for Christmas because you were wanting to check out more American comic books. And I said, well, why don't you try? I got you this, like, because you can get a little bit of both there. And you were texting me, he's like, who is Brainiac? And I'm like, how much time do you have? So that'll be our next comic discussion. And then our next Sentai episode
will be Gosei Sentai Zyuranger, which is, and we'll be actually joined by not one, but 2 guests, hopefully, for that episode.
Yeah, we will have our friend Pollyanny Danny Demana of the Godzilla Novelization Project,
who will be making his debut on the podcast.
On the Power Trip. And now he'll be able to do the Michael and Nathan hat trick, because he will have been on all of our podcasts, finally.
Yes. Quite.
So that'll be a momentous occasion for him. And then our former co-host in common will be joining us, Travis Alexander.
We'll be welcoming him back. The last time you guys had heard from Travis, the last time you heard from Travis, he was on our JDF memorial stream. Yeah. But the last episode discussion he was on was a lightning round where we talked about a friend in need.
Because it had Masked Rider. Which is so it's Kamen Rider, quote unquote Kamen Rider. So we had to have him on for that one, for a special spotlight. So he's apparently a huge fan of Zyuranger. So I think hasn't he said that it's his favorite Sentai?
He specifically asked for Zyuranger.
Okay.
And we had promised Zyuranger to Danny months and months and months and months and months ago. So it was just perfect timing that 2 people that really love Zyuranger for different reasons are going to be joining us for that discussion.
And Danny's experience will be interesting because, unlike I would say like 99% of the English speaking world, he watched Sentai before Power Rangers. So that'll be a unique perspective, I think. And with that, until we meet again, listeners with attitude, may you keep the Green Ranger in your heart like Dragon Caesar.
And may you find someone who loves you as much as Lami loves Griffizar.
and may the power protect you.
Thank you for listening to The Power Trip, a podcast produced and hosted by Michael Hamilton and Nathan Marchand.
If you'd like to send us feedback, email us at powertrippod@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter, where our handle is @thepowertrippod, and join our official Facebook group, Power Rangers Legacy. Subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, and other great podcatchers.
The podcast logo was designed by Rebecca Hudgens. Follow her on Instagram at super_R_illustrations.
Our theme song was created by JP Gant. Follow him on Twitter at HomebrewedSD. We also use tracks from Super Sentai Complete Works 30th Anniversary album. All film and audio clips belong to their respective copyright holders, and no infringement is intended or implied.
The Power Trip has no association with Toei Company Limited, Saban Entertainment, or Hasbro. Please rate and review us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or Podchaser to spread the word about the show. And until next time, see ya!
This podcast is part of the KAIJU Ramen Podcasting Network and is copyright 2023 KAIJU Ramen Media, LLC. Ha ha!